Another rare earth company. It trades on the OTC LYSCF. Linus, it's actually pretty good. You can actually watch it on the Australian market to see what it's going to do the next day on the American.
Yeah, that's a
That's
monster. That's a
crazy.
monster miner. That's a big one in Australia. Thanks, Butters.
But I would watch that and what Trump does with Australia stuff, right? Because USAR and them kind of tied together now with the Australian contracts.
I'm gonna trim some of these BLDP $3 calls for February 2026 up 84%. Big Kev. BLDP. That's your buying power.
Nice.
Yes, sir.
Here's the
Yeah, I
Tesla
got the
429.
vibes for some. Go ahead, Devon.
I was gonna say here's 429 on Tesla, so I'm selling a lot more into this push.
Oh, it did get over my level. Okay. Let's go, Tesla. Hmm. Guys,
It's
don't forget
almost
about ALB and AA, Albemarle and Alcoa. These Albemarle 105 calls for January up 190%. These are
Ticker
up
ticker adding some Intel calls for Friday.
Intel. Hmm. Starbucks might have found its bottom here. 1 hour. Printing a double bottom here. This shit is beat to. This thing got taken out to the woodshed. The daily chart looks good too. Looks like it's trying to bounce here. SBUX Starbucks. This might be a nice one.
Well, Bulver, you were talking pumpkin spice season, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And the other thing that I know a manager there was telling me that new protein stuff they're doing is going over very well.
Oh.
It's a cold foam protein. It's apparently going very well.
Wait, you is that bottled or you could get that in store made?
In store
No, you
made.
like add it to the drink. I saw a
Yeah,
commercial for it.
Oh
yeah.
wow.
They're pushing it hard, and it's going with their matcha stuff and all that.
Yeah. Huh, yeah, it looks like an entry right here, man. Daily, weekly, they're all starting to turn up to the upside.
He was telling me that 7 out of 10 protein or like those protein smoothies or smoothies, people are adding it about 7 out of 10. So that's pretty strong.
Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, I like it right here, man. The risk to reward here is really good to the upside from where it's at right now.
Yeah, looking like we're gonna break down actually again, potentially. Big wick there.
Uh,
So I misspoke. I said Intel. I meant to say Applied Digital APLD. APLD calls for Friday, not Intel. Not Intel. I misspoke. I just realized what the hell I just said. Sorry about that.
yeah, man, this fucking Starbucks is ready, bro. Fucking kidding. April 30th, May 1st is the last time it was at this level. This exact level where it's at right now on the daily chart. That bitch ran to almost $100 by July 30th. So there you go. SBUX Starbucks.
I took a little bit short room for one ad. Short on NQ.
UAMY almost hit that 16, boy. I told you it's hit to 17. Let's see if we can get there today.
Let's go. Send it.
But I was saying the government was gonna fuck with them, man. Nobody wanted to listen.
All right, I'm gonna take a little cover here on the short.
Man, the dollar look like it can't stop, won't stop. The dollar look like it's headed to 100 in a short period of time. Also, possibly at 104, then 107 hits that. The dollar's in breakout mode. Potentially just kind of looking further on down the line, not really macro guy, just kind of looking at the trajectory that the dollar is taking. Bitcoin got a nice little over rejection right there, currently trading up under 115. Ethereum is now down 0.9%, and it looked like it's getting prepared to drill. Gold actually looks still strong, up 2.2%. Silver looks relatively strong, up almost 0.4%. Still waiting for GDX to catch that breakout. RSP is only up 0.8%, while the MAG's looking like it's getting ready to drill again. Looking at the VIX still trying to hold serve, look like it's getting ready to pop, while the SPX, NDX, SPY, QQQ all look weak. However, they have been consolidating. Really haven't been trades there to make unless you've just been scalping for a little bit here, a little bit there. Looking at Apple looking like it's trying to build up a base here. Tesla still kind of consolidated, had a little bit of pop, then it came back down to reality. IWM and the Dow still is consolidating. Everything's consolidating right now. Hood is consolidating to the downside. Hood is a black bear right now. Potential brown bear forming on hood. Nvidia looking like it's about to take that next T plunge and take out that pre-market low. If it does, I want to see Nvidia go try to fill that gap and potentially tank the market. Now I want to go back and look at Apple again. It's still building the base, but it's getting the rejection of the moving averages. Meta already took the next T plunge. AMD starting to spike to the downside. AMD look like it go ahead test that spike down low early. Intel starting to get faded. Broadcom is looking like an H pattern form, or Adobe starting to look like an H pattern forming, while Broadcom looking like it's ready to go test the highs. Amazon curling top. Look like Amazon's about to drop. Google still holding firm, but still looks weak overall. Intel look, or not Intel, Oracle looks strong overall, while Microsoft is about to plunge. Looks like Microsoft is super weak. Koala bear on Microsoft right now. UNH trying to figure it out. Looks strong overall, but not real strong. Palantir about to dump, in my opinion, while MicroStrategy still building up support. Coinbase is in the cellar. Full H pattern played out on Coinbase.
I went ahead and grabbed Starbucks $90 calls for March of next year. Starter position.
$90 for March.
Yes, sir.
SBUX.
Yes, sir.
Here we go. We're trying to break the 24,800 here on NQ.
Man, if Nvidia goes and trends down to try to fill that gap, that should drag the rest of the market down with it.
Yeah. Let me see something.
Financials are holding on by a string.
XLF. Hmm. Yeah, I think I like where I'm at right now. I'm good right here. I think I got everything covered. I'm in gold, I'm in silver, I'm in fucking water plays, I'm in energy play.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Come on.
his songs, but it was mainly just watching the performance itself was really cool.
Yeah, he's got a good voice. I like him.
Oh, and when he sings live, it is exactly what you hear when you're listening to his songs.
Nice.
Like his voice is it's you can tell it's very authentic and it's not altered in any kind of way. It's 100% like just natural.
That always
Yeah, that's
makes
sick,
it
dude.
better.
The worst thing is like when you go to a concert and then it's all like backtrack, you know?
Yeah,
That's the worst.
I
When someone
hate
has talent, you know, you can really appreciate that.
yeah, I hate that. And he will do he'll pick every concert, he'll sing like the same set of songs that a lot of people like, but then every time he goes to a different show, he does different covers and he'll do some older songs and then he'll do some newer ones as well. And just straight his voice doing a cover of it. And it's just pure talent. Trump is making comments right now.
Oh, he
Oh
is?
boy.
Uh-oh.
Oh God,
He's
buckle
like,
up.
oh yeah.
He's
Look at
making
the
Oh
gun.
yeah, he is.
He's talking about Gaza.
Yeah, he's talking about Iran, talking about Gaza. When Iran's ready to talk, I'd love to move sanctions. Phase two talks on Gaza have started. Iran wants to make a deal.
Like, if we don't hold here, it's like 100 points lower,
Yep.
130
I agree
points
with
lower.
that.
I'd be tempted to try a long right here, looking at ES.
That's what I'm saying. I mean,
Watch them rip it straight back to 75.
There's 660 again. This is that 0.5 Friday's range. So
Oh, I just got an alert on McDonald's.
oh,
Charted this last night for upside. What's it doing? Oh, she's trying new high a day. I'm gonna go get myself a McChicken.
I am by no means like a pumpkin spice October person, but I got this candle. It's pumpkin blueberry cheesecake. It is, I want to eat
Oh,
this candle. It's so amazing. Like that, it
Pumpkin
sounds weird that,
blueberry.
yes, it
that
sounds
sounds
weird,
good.
but
I
the
drink that if it was a
smell,
coffee flavor.
it smells so good. My husband actually bought it. I'm like, there's no way. What are you buying? And I lit it and it's just amazing. It's one of my favorite candles I've ever had. You wouldn't think those would smell good together, but it's good. It's crazy. Obsessed. New favorite candle.
I just have the regular pumpkin spice. I'm too basic.
I took another NQ short here.
Gosh, now they're buying EOS $20 calls. Yeah, I'm not doing that here.
Needs to hold these 30s for the opening lows.
Cisco getting smoked as well with ANET, CSCO. Trying to find that NVIDIA quote. They said they were using somebody else. Nvidia hit half cap almost. Basically, yeah.
Oh, Emma, somebody's asking what brand of the candles.
Yeah, are those Yankees or
It is.
Bed
Let me
Bath
look
and
here.
Beyond or Bath and Body? What are we doing?
Goose Creek Blueberry Pumpkin. Goose Creek is the brand. It's so good. Oh, it's so good.
It's almost time for the yearly BBWI trade.
I'm trying to hold this here.
Yeah, it's weak though.
The later we get, still stuck in this range, we're
Yeah,
gonna
it
lose
needs
more
to
volume.
reclaim some stuff pretty quick. I mean, I don't hate it if you take a shot here. But I'm not doing it.
You should go all in.
Oh, okay.
Be a man.
He's like full port. Joking.
Be a man.
I mean, I have that Friday hangover every time a day like Friday happens, and I'm like, oh, if I would have put half my port into just puts for an hour, I'd have
For an
enough
hour.
money to never trade again.
hour.
Yeah. Every time you think back and you're like, I see it was going to dump. Why didn't I just? Well, that's why we're still here, is because we don't do that.
Yeah, that's the that part. That's why we're still here,
Yep.
because we don't do stuff like that.
Yeah, the one day you decide to do that, we chop all day, huh?
Oh, look at this
Yep.
guy.
Hey, what's
Oh,
up,
who's
Jordan?
this?
Good morning.
What's up?
What's up, crew?
What's
Yo, what's
goody?
up, Jordy?
IB's doing us dirty right
What's
now.
up, Jordy? Yeah.
Dude, this whole open this morning doing us dirty.
I mean, I did it dirty, to be honest.
Did you? Good. Good. I haven't done shit because
Oh, I feel that.
not much to do for me, but hey, it's a Monday.
I'm about to make a cup of tea.
There we go.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yo,
Gonna
Jordan,
have a crumpet as well.
Yo, what's up?
I got a good laugh this weekend. It was like Sunday morning, and I was scrolling on Instagram Reels. I enjoyed your Sora creations; they were very funny.
Oh, you like my Sora videos? They're
Oh,
fun, aren't they?
Jordy is deep in the
Oh,
Sora
those
world.
were
Oh, you
I
guys
funny.
have
was
no idea.
dying. Oh my God. Click
I
right
don't
here.
post all of them, but
There's
all
some
of them
good
are
ones.
on Sora AI. So if you're on there, find me and you can look at all the content I make on there.
I
It's
was
pretty wild.
dying. The one with the bear was
There's
awesome. Click here. There you go.
Right? And I was like teaching the class of bears about Tesla. Come on. Come on.
some of those videos are really good, and some of them you're like, okay, this is so obvious.
I know. I don't know what. It's
There's
weird.
there's a little like hidden skill to be able to be good at that.
Yeah, it all depends on how you take the photo of yourself. Cause like you do take one video of yourself and like voice certain numbers so they can like get your voice and your face and everything. And as long as you do that as like clean as you can, the videos can look really real. But you're right, like some of them look super fake, and then some of them look like they
Oh,
could pass as a real video. I'm
yeah,
like,
my
whoa.
friend looks exactly like himself on that app.
It's so weird.
Very interesting.
I made a good video of my dog shooting a gun.
There we go.
Yeah, I was
There we go.
watching one of those guys like sitting on the pot, and a deer jumps through the window, and then a bear is chasing the deer.
Yeah.
when
Yeah.
when the deer first came through, I was like, "Oh, like that's pretty crazy." And then I saw the bear like just look in there, and so oh, okay. And then I saw the Sora on the right side of the They almost got me.
Yeah.
They had me in the first half. Not gonna lie.
My husband,
Holden,
he'll be like, "Is this one real?" I'm like, how can you not tell? How can you tell? Help me, because I can't tell what's real. I'm like, "Well, look at the hands, this side." Oh my
Well, that's
god.
what my dad was saying last night because I was showing him some of these videos. I'm like, Dad, you gotta check this shit out. And he's
Yeah.
like, how do you understand what's real and what's not?
Yeah, we're not going
I'm
to in
like,
5
well,
years.
we're getting to the point where you're not gonna know unless it's a watermark on the video. Like,
Yep. Yeah. I mean, 5 years from now, we're not going to be able to tell. They're going to just upgrade every bit of that technology to the point of I'll never trust anything I see again.
Well, I think by then there's going to be like digital certificate or verification of some
has to be,
sort,
yeah,
or
Yeah.
for
seals,
sure.
badges.
Yeah.
Yep, that is true.
Yeah, I'm
we
flat
held what
NQ.
we had to.
Tight
All right,
range.
and there's your low held on
Yeah,
ES and SPY.
the
Are we so
ID to
Friday
the
we
tip.
played straight down and now it's back and forth ping pong day Monday?
Yeah, look at that. It took it straight back to 66.75, just like that.
There we go. All right, new hive day. Come on.
Boom.
Let's go like 200 points from here. Why not?
Watch APP for a potential bounce off this low.
15-minute candle might look pretty good here in a second. Well, they sold off ANET pretty hard, but that is a really interesting spot that it whipped off of. Oh, you know what I haven't looked at, Eva?
What?
NFP. Guess what
Ooh.
the hive day is on NQ? Or on QQQ.
NFP.
Yep. And if that breaks, guess where it's going? The next target.
Yeah, so we have, literally smack rejection today,
You see it?
601.39. That's your October lows. And if we get above that, your October high NFP is 607.32. And with the government shutdown, that means obviously NFP data is just pushed out late whenever they resume.
Microsoft filled the gap. Wow.
Nice.
Palantir's red. What are we doing? Ooh, Ooh, Apple getting some volume coming back to the upside. Where's Amazon? That's a nice looking curl. Oh, it's no man's land. Ooh, Google.
QCOM ripping calls coming in. Also took a little trim on McDonald's as well.
I'm wondering if QCOM was the other side of that news that I was talking about with ANET. I got a little distracted. I forgot to look it up. IB high, Jordy. IB high.
God, I should have taken that
Yeah,
ES
take us
long.
there.
I told you that was the spot it had to hold.
Yeah.
Look at NQ now. Look at where it put in the same bottom, especially on a 5 minute. Those candles are the exact same spot. 758. The
Right
5
when it
minute.
came down back underneath 66, 65, I was like, watch them just wick it and send it back to 66, 75. And now it just hit 83. This is boom.
PC.
PC.
Posted the NFP levels there for you guys in the nest.
Look at the group chat.
Hey. Let's fucking go.
Didn't alert that one, so I don't get to talk about it. If you scroll up a little bit, you'll see an even better sight.
Oh, that's so cute. Is that a Minnie Mouse and Daisy Duck blanket?
Yep.
I gotta get that from Macy because her and Everly love. I mean, they watch Mickey Mouse Clubhouse every single freaking morning.
My oldest was really big into that. My youngest hasn't got into it. But my youngest, my middle, I guess I should say now.
It's a Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. Oh gosh.
Come inside, it's fun inside. MICKEY MOUSE. That's me. I'm taking a trim on McDonald's. Holy shit. Bang bang.
I was
choo-choo
watching your
train.
stream last night. That was a perfect setup. I was watching that last night. Nice.
Oh, you
Appreciate
watched it too? I
Hell yeah, I do.
was trying to drive home and I couldn't get it because the AirPlay, whatever. What's it called? The Apple Play, AirPlay thing? Apple
Yeah.
Play in the
Apple
car?
Play.
Oh, come
You
on.
had like a
CarPlay, yeah, whatever it's called.
there was like a list of bullish setups you had. It was all retail. And maybe it was a post, not a stream. I remember you talking about McDonald's.
I did both, yeah. I sent
Okay.
4 for bullish and 4 bearish, and then I covered a few of those and then some other
That's
ones.
what it was. Yep.
In the stream. But no, McDonald's, I really like the daily candlestick setup that it closed with, potential little morning star there. And then if you hit the highs from the start of September on the 4th and draw a trend line down, we're breaking above that 4-hour trend line right now. It's the reason why my alert went off when it started to rip above 298. So I grabbed some call autos for 1017 expiration. Just took a trim here, 20%. So see if we can get a move back to 300 intraday would be nice. Again, watch APP off this low. It's looking really good. Just needs to break and base above like 573.4. Look at spot. Look at RT
It's like all of them, all the most of the hyperscalers use my NVIDIA, AMD, whatever. So this is one of the companies that if you don't know about, you probably should acquaint yourself with it. APH.
Amphenol, yeah, they are in the middle of everything that's applied to a data center. They are in the middle of a lot of shit.
Butters, look at fucking HOVR, bro.
I already told you about, but
Yeah, this thing is can't stop, won't stop right now.
you got a whole month of rollout dates with displays, government displays,
Yeah,
avionics displays. You got emergency resource show that's coming up for them that they're showing at for delivery of organs.
absolutely incredible.
Monative. Look at the October 31st Poet 850 calls. Look at that. And there's
You're looking.
And then as far as open interest, the $10 for October 31st, the open interest is 32,000. But the volume in these 850s, 5,000. Zero open interest right now. So let's see what that does.
It's a shit ton of 17 strikes for January.
That's yeah.
Oh, that's 2028. Wow.
That's what I'm saying. That's the one I was
way out.
Ticker DPRO broke over that previous high. Still pushing, look like it wants to go back and try to test 15, man. It hit 15 the other day. It's pretty close to 15. So DPRO Dragonfly wants to go hit 15 in my personal opinion, catching that bid. Look at the daily time frame, that pullback to hold value, breaking through that downtrend resistance area that's been kind of pesky. So let's see if we can go ahead and get that push towards $17. Oh yeah, we got to get to 15 first. DPRO.
There's a range highs here. Big spot. No, it's a big rejection spot potentially here. Don't mind the short.
What is your target on DPRO, Kev?
Buyout. I have a 461 position that I'm just going to hold and just keep rolling out contracts until this thing is bought. I mean, until then, it just continues to go higher. To me, the technology is second to none as far as what they've used it for, as far as emergency drone, medical assistance, and whatnot. The DoD has grabbed a hold of this. They've went ahead and appointed Chris Miller as a part of the board of directors. To me, this is either prone to get bought, the government taking a big stake in it, or it's just going to go to 40 or 50 bucks.
But correct me if I'm wrong, and this is just more for my information. This is a Canadian company, correct? Dragonfly? And
Yes,
can
indeed.
the U.S. government
100%.
take a stake in a foreign company? I would love to know the answer.
I wonder how that works.
Yeah.
But we have an American on the board of directors who's pretty significant in the Trump administration. So we'll figure out how that works. So that's why I say a potential buyout. So you don't think an American company will buy a Canadian company?
No, that for sure. But I'm talking about U.S. government stake in a foreign company. I don't know. But could they give it?
Well, I said buyout first. I said buyout first. So I laid out a chain of events, right? The buyout was first, and then the government taking the stake in it was after that. So he said, "Where's my target?" I said buyout, and then I didn't say anything for a while. So buyout is what I'm looking for.
That, yeah, for sure. Monative, has the U.S. government, like the DoD, they've placed buys in foreign companies, correct? Like, of course they have.
Not stakes, but
Not stakes, but
look,
purchase orders, right?
Until Trump, Canada was always given a very special place in DoD. There was really not huge difference between Canadian, products and American products. But this Canada hatred is very new. It's only Trump. It's never happened in history.
Poet up almost 8%, guys. They bought the lows there. They shook the tree and bought the lows.
If you all know Shaw's charts, there's one that we did there 2 weeks ago. ATLX, keep your eyes on that thing. It's up 70 cents today. It was in the 5s. It's up in the 7s now. Atlas Lithium.
Oh, STI, if you bought that $14.50 low, man, look at it now. $18, $17, trying to push.
They're down below, bro. These fuckers are down below. How do you not? Come on, dude.
Yeah, they're listening down there, dog.
Okay, one of the listeners down there, and I'm sure this is right. LAC is also Canadian owned, and the U.S. took a stake. That's true, right?
Butters,
I think knows that.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's all lithium.
And they're Canadian, right?
Yep.
And the U.S. government took a stake.
Yep.
Okay, there it is. There's your answer. Thank you, buddy. Thank you, guys.
now I
That's
don't know if
right.
that STI goes higher, but I scalped the shit out of that bitch from $14.50 to $17.50. But it might go higher.
So your second thesis, your dragonfly works. They can take a stake, it seems. Good stuff.
Ticker. McDonald's $300 calls for November, trimming up 30%. MCD.
Yeah, I've just been watching that move higher. I want to see it go higher. I mean, especially with my thesis that the market's going to go lower. So I'll just hold those. I only got 5 of them anyway.
Let's go. These GDX calls, $85 calls for November, up 13%. GDX over 79, up 4.33% on ticker GDX.
$66.80 is maximum GEX by volume. They're adding 66.70s. That's second largest volume. 66.60. It's all on top. They're trying to push us up. Careful for sure.
Guess what? CAN is another one that looked like they want to try to push it up. Look at that volume. That volume is still coming in.
These Oracle 350 calls for November are up 17%. ORCL Oracle.
SOAR can't stop, won't stop. SOAR, the Velato Group.
Jeffrey, do you know what he just said?
I didn't even. I didn't hear it. No.
Good lord, that URAF. Holy moly.
What's a URAF?
UURAF. UCOR. Rare metals.
Ah, yes. OTC. RF. That's like URAF, right?
UURAF. Almost sounds like a little kid trying to say giraffe.
Yes, exactly. SOAR. I told you don't sleep on it. Can't stop, won't stop.
Ticker Red Cat RCAT approaching highs a day, 15.11, and currently up 15.25%.
Yeah, I slept on getting back in Red Cat. I don't know how I missed that ball. Dropped it.
I'm short some for a scalp here on the Qs. Big rejection zone that I was mentioning. See if we get a little pull down.
Oscar looks pretty interesting here too. OSCR up 4.65% Oscar.
Well, Bear, did you buy the dip on Kroger KR?
I did.
My call spread is back from the dead.
Let's go. Yeah, man. So I
It's
just
also a
wanted
great song by Hailstorm.
Back from the Dead Hailstorm. After
Send it.
this.
Grinder. Getting a big
Never heard
push.
of it.
Talks of it going private. Got a huge buy there, up 7%.
Yeah, I saw that. GRND. Yeah, I was looking at that. Silencius, send it.
You guys have profiles on Grinder, GRND?
Hell no, I ain't got a profile. I don't have a profile on any dating app.
Bull Bear trying to be slick with that shit.
Yeah, Joker caught on. Joker caught that.
Not sure if this came up, but Ondas is short sale restricted because of the uptick rule. That's kind of behind a lot of their running on this one. I don't know if this will sustain into tomorrow when that uptick rule is no longer enforced. And that's ticker ONDS, another drone play.
Yes, sir. We are familiar. Shout out Joe Fats. The market plan acting like it don't want to go a little higher.
I put it in the down below.
Wait, I just read somewhere it says JP Morgan Chase's 1.5 trillion allocation into critical industries is a great move. I thought it was only 10 billion. Are you seeing 1.5 trillion? No way. Wait, there is a press release 2 hours ago. JP Morgan
Yeah, I
Chase will
just saw
invest
that. Yeah.
1.5 trillion into 2027 critical industries in America. Here's the list. I'll add it there. Advanced bulk materials, advanced manufacturing, artificial intelligence, autonomous mobile robots, battery storage, ding ding ding, command and control tech, critical components, critical minerals, mining, processing, cybersecurity, distributed energy, edge computing. Monative have no idea what that is. Grid resilience, mesh networks, mission critical real estate, munitions, missiles, and hypersonics, non-materials in microelectronics, nuclear energy, pharmaceutical precursors, quantum computing, secure communications, sensor hardware, shipbuilding, solar, space launch, spacecraft, unmanned systems, and 6G. I'm gonna post that to the nest after I post it here. There's some
Sorry, I
more.
caught only the tail end of that. What was that about?
The tail end.
No, I just caught the tail end of that. What was
Oh,
this?
1.5 trillion investment from JP Morgan into 2027. Critical industries in America. I'll send it to you, Monative, but there's a massive list here. And it's all kind of the stuff we've been talking about. So
Edge compute, Jeffrey, is just whenever you deploy a computer like on the factory floor or in a device, like the smaller processing that doesn't have cloud dependencies.
all right, in the nest, guys. I'm sure Butters can turn with that, and Big Kev can work with that too, and same with Monative. So it's gonna be a lot of homework.
I see a few people posting that they've canceled their subscription to this Microsoft stuff because of that price increase. That's interesting there.
Jeffrey, you got to look at companies that are under a company called One Equity Partners. That's a spin-off company of JP Morgan. They also bought the number 2 robotics company from Stellantis 6 months ago, Como Robotics. That's why they're pushing all that now.
Oh man.
I wrote it down.
Ticker GDX full bull right now. GDX 7930 up 4.65%. Pushing.
Monative, has JP Morgan done this before?
Well, not like this. This is, this is a unique opportunity, right? So they probably, well, okay, I don't want to, I don't want to, blow this, but the fact that they have such a large amount of capital available and in the regime of low, regulation, they can release more of their capital. But without, if they didn't have to increase reserves, they can put that to work. My guess is they will get to become a preferred investor whenever the government wants a big contract done. It's JP Morgan. They always get the best deals. That's how it is.
Yeah, makes sense. And this is gonna obviously put them in the Trump administration's favor, right? So, well, they're
So
stimulating
that
spending. Go ahead.
so that GWH we were talking about earlier, man, it looked like it held value, man. It's like it's ready to continue to push and probably clear 10 and continue higher. GWH.
Mm-hmm. Um, wait, why is this thing not up there? Ticker, NAK, NAC, up 20%. Did I write up 3 days ago about NAC?
God
Posted it in
damn
the
it.
room. Also posted it on my profile. I posted it everywhere. Only place that I think I didn't post it is on a billboard on a highway. But NAC is up 20% today.
Man, this GWH is going to hit 10 today. After we talked about it was like 750, I think, around 7. Right when we talked about it, boom, $10. Half the float is owned by management. It's a small float.
So don't sleep on AXTI. Don't sleep on AXTI. I told you I grabbed a common position earlier today. It's looking like it's holding value on what little slight pullback that it had, and it looked like it's ready to continue higher.
Stop that on my short.
AXTI.
Stop that on my short.
I mean, this could be a massive booming economy if they're going to reinvest everything into grid, in all these other tech. Dude, this could be huge. I don't see a recession if they do that. You see a recession if government spending as well as JP Morgan? Like, I don't. 1.5 in 2 years? Within 2 years? Come on. And these companies that they're talking about, it's not like tech where it's the tech company benefits but not the economy, right? Like, because these are physical industrial components to all this shit, like that's gonna
So
have
you
massive
have to
job
remember,
effects.
they're not saying they're gonna buy stock in these, right? That could very well mean they give big loans out. So some of your deals already made could be underwritten under this, under this thing by JP Morgan. So for example, Oracle is looking to raise another 20 billion beyond the 18 billion they just raised last couple of weeks ago. So that could be underwritten by JP Morgan. So it's not like they're saying they're going to take a direct equity stake. When they're investing, they're a bank. They can invest in bonds, they can invest in credit, they can invest in any sorts of things, right? So
Yeah, but that's still capex from somebody, if that's what you're
of course,
saying, and
of
then
course.
that's
My
also
point is
liquidity.
you have to consider that they're going to be in every deal related to any of those areas. They're probably going to be involved.
Does JP Morgan take a stake in these things too?
They can, but I don't think they will take a stake for 1 trillion or anything close to that. Most of that will be a loan book.
Monative, could this just be like repackaging what they're already going to do in the process of being a bank and making loans
Yes,
just for this?
yes,
That's what he just
that's
said.
exactly what it is.
I know.
That's what I
That's
said.
exactly what he said.
That's
So
what
so
I'm just
so
recapping.
what it is look, when I don't know, I'll make it really quick. So the way banks fund everything is there's something called a daily balance sheet. So they calculate excess capital available on a daily basis and they lend it out. When your reserve requirements for a bank are reduced, or then you have more capital to lend, which means you can lever up more, right? You can with the same capital you can lend more of it when your reserve requirements are reduced by the regulators. So all of this has been building up for a while, and they decided, probably with the administration, that it would be better to make it a big headline number of all their plans together and call it something. That's all this is. But doesn't mean they're not increasing what they planned. That also is in play, right? Because they are going to get preferred status in every one of these deals. I, Trump loves Jamie Dimon. That's all you need. I mean,
Ticker.
CEOs are chasing.
Just grab some MP $100 calls for Friday. MP looks geared up and ready to make a push towards that high.
Yeah. Hey, sorry about that, Kev. I did stop as soon as I heard you. But Chris, just to finish, right? I mean, the other CEOs are chasing after Trump. Trump is chasing after Jamie Dimon. Think about that. That's the position you want to be in.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Jeffrey.
No, Monative, you didn't do nothing wrong, bro. That was I didn't want to be rude trying to butt in, and so I was calm and collected. Ticker. No, it's all good.
Jeffrey. Did he leave or is he here?
No, I'm here.
RGTI $35 call for this week, closing up 593% from 239 to 1658. RGTI bought this last
Boom.
Thursday for 239. Let's go, baby.
Good God, dude. So you didn't listen to Shkreli.
Fuck Shkreli.
You
Yeah, don't
taking
sleep on MP.
500%?
Don't sleep on MP. Don't sleep on MP. And I'm telling you that AXTI is going to be a big one too, in my personal opinion. Don't sleep on that one either. As far as gallium and germanium and indium,
Yeah,
especially if, like, okay, Butters, when you sent me that thing that it says that China's saying that rare earths is not, and you kind of said not going to be restricted or whatever, that's actually bullish for this. Whether AXTI is going to be bullish for it regardless, And whoever that was asking me, do they have ASML and TSM? Do they sell to them directly or whatever? No, they don't. But there's indirect exposure through people who they deal with, but they don't directly deal with ASML or TSM, and that's AXTI.
That was crispy.
Bullbear, you still in McDonald's with me, brother?
With you? I mean, McDonald's with myself. I'm in those.
What the hell, bro? We got at the same time.
Oh yeah. I'm in there still, dog. I'm not leaving this. Are you kidding me? I'm in this for the. This is gonna go to zero, bro. I'm not
News
selling
just
this
hit the
McDonald's.
tape.
Ticker. Shout out Silencio for bringing this to people's attention. OMEX full bull blasting off, up 23%. I only noticed this because I looked at my 3.5 calls and they were up 100%.
You gonna trim some options? I trimmed some earlier, so you should.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I am into 300 and 302.
Yeah, I'm into 300. So
because mine expire this week. I can't play around.
Yeah. Don't play around with that.
I got McDonald's also, but mine are for November.
Let's go.
305s. I got 5 of them.
Let's go, baby.
UiPath, I've been calling this out. This is not a short-term trade necessarily. I've been calling out the thesis behind this. This thing is going to really explode up a lot more than it has. So there's lots of December 17.5 calls, December 20 calls, February 22.5 calls. It's just, I mean, not large numbers, but the January 22.5, it's almost $1 million. Oh, actually over $1 million.
Guys, China news is hitting the tape, FYI. Yeah, that's what I was going to come in with.
Can you
Okay, well, whoever said ticker, give us the news.
Yeah.
They just implemented port fee prices on U.S. ships.
No, they just kind of restated it. I'll give you a second. Yeah, so it's already out there, but they're kind of going back like they did. Issues implementation rules on port fees. So remember, they came out and said pretty much every ship that carries like a U.S. Product or whatever is going to get a certain tax, like levy, to equal the same port fees that the U.S. slapped on them. So I don't know exactly what the exemption, like what they're talking here, but yeah, it's kind of new news on the old news.
Hey yo, President Trump is on TV signing the Gaza ceasefire deal.
Yeah,
you guys want me to play that or not? Up to you.
So
yeah, if they're actually signing it, go ahead.
So China exempts China-made ships owned by U.S. companies for port fees from port fees.
Hold on, what does that mean? Hold on, say that again.
China exempts China-made ships owned by U.S. companies. So U.S. company that owns a China ship that does import-exports or shipping,
Okay.
they're exempt from the China port fee rule. So they're just taking away from. This is so much tit for tat, guys. This is so tit for tat.
That's so petty,
They're
bro. That
massive.
is
Dude, they're doing.
But that's also a loophole at the end of the day because you just need a China-made ship to not pay any fees.
They want you to buy their goddamn ships, bro. That's probably it. That's probably
That's
it.
right. They want you to continue to buy Chinese-made ships.
Chinese ships that are like hundreds of millions. Like what would those ships cost, Monte? These big bulk container ships. Massive.
Chips
Because
for
they got the
chips.
biggest.
No, but Jeffrey, more interesting is this is probably going to cause a run on old ships that are in the second-hand market.
Chinese old ships, yeah.
That's right.
But well, no, because then if they're okay, so here's the difference. If they're Chinese owned ships, then U.S. puts their $1 million port fee on them. If they're a Chinese ship, right? Like so. Oh no, it's half. It goes in half if it's owned by the U.S., but it's still a Chinese made ship. This is so weird. This is like 2 5-year-olds playing. Yeah, like
It's got a loophole in it. This is petty.
Yeah, super petty, guys. So those guys are going to still get tariffed by the U.S. side. Maybe not the Chinese side, but definitely by the U.S. side.
But what's the
Should
ticker
we
on these
be-
ship inventories?
That's what I was gonna say.
I don't really know. Like I tried to think third party, which is like Zim, what me and Monte were talking about, but they didn't do it by flat by built like country built ships. They did it by what's on the ship in China, and that was like U.S. products. And if they have a certain amount of U.S. products, they get fined. Doesn't matter what ship it is. Well, who made it? Korea, Israel, wherever. They'll get port fees. So it's very difficult. They're just trying to attack the same fees as the U.S. put on them, and that's the way they could figure out how to do it. Because we don't have many ships made here in the U.S. that are, these giant tankers.
We have none. We make none
There
of
you
these.
go. There you go. That's why they did it by inventory.
Here comes the deal between the U.S. and China for their
Give me a little
ships.
speech, and then we're going to meet with the leaders after that and spend a little time together without the media. The media is invited to the speech. I just want to tell you the people behind me and some of the people in the room that are so helpful, but the people behind me are the greatest leaders, most powerful leaders, the richest leaders, frankly. Sometimes it's not politically correct to say that, but I'll say it, the richest in the world that the world has ever seen. And yet when you get to know them, I know every one of them in their own way, and I can say in particular some, because that's the way life works, but some of the greatest people you'll ever meet, and people that really care for their countries. And why this happened is they all came together and they wanted to get Gaza straightened out. They wanted to get the whole thing straightened out. It got to a point where it was just crazy. And once they got together and once we started talking, it went really, to him, it went smoothly. It went so smoothly. He was such a big help, but it went so smoothly that nobody can even believe it. That we're sitting here and getting this all certified out and all done. And everybody's happy about it. Everybody's happy about it like I've never seen before, actually. I've done other deals and people don't care as much. Big deals, I think they're big deals, but this is something that's taken off like a rocket ship. And it did from the beginning. And I've heard for years, this is the biggest deal, it'll never happen. For years, long before I ran for office, that this is the Middle East. It's the biggest, most complicated deal. And also it's the place that could lead to tremendous problems like World War III. They always talked about World War III would start in the Middle East. And that's not going to happen. We don't want it to start anywhere, actually, but it's not going to happen. So I just want to thank everybody, and I'll see you in a little while. And in particular, thank you all. Thank you, Tamim, Mr. General. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Great job. Great job. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
There you go. In his mind, he won the Nobel Peace Prize.
Yes. Okay. Yes. I want to thank Jeffrey. He's rich, and Bull Bear, he's rich, and Monative, he's rich, and Frank, he's rich, and Butters, he's rich, and Silencius, he's rich. And I just want to say, and I
You're
don't
not
really
being
have to say
politically
that.
correct, bro. You're not
I
being
don't have to.
politically correct.
I'm not supposed to say that. But they're just rich, and I just want to say thank you because they're rich.
I'd like to go ahead and thank myself in the meantime as well.
I just want to say I told him to buy the dip on Friday. Everything's gonna be
Yeah. Oh
okay.
my God. That's the that's there you go. Buy the dip. Tank the market for y'all.
Did you guys see this nudist protest outside the ICE facility?
No, but that sounds pretty hilarious.
Nudist.
Portland, Oregon.
Yo, so they have this thing here in New York City where one day out of the year, all these half naked, well, pretty much naked people get on a subway in their bra and underwear.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Oh, so it's hold on. Are they protesting nudity? So they come out in their drawers? Like, what? How does this work?
Fuck it. I have no clue what they're doing. At the ICE facility, I have no clue what they're doing over there.
No. Option Scalp, you said that it's a nudist protest. What are we doing? Nudity
No, like
protest?
they are nude and they're just like riding around outside the ICE facility and blocking it. I think they even blocked the freeway bridge, and they're
Yeah,
just laying out
I'm
there.
gonna bet you guys $1 million. These are the type of people you don't want to see nude. I'm
Whoa,
just
whoa, whoa. Ticker,
throw that
ticker,
out there.
ticker. HOVR up 31%. STI up 245%. What?
I got a lot of friends in Hubbard that are pretty happy right now. Horizon Aircraft.
Yes, sir. I'm in that one.
Damn STI. Damn, the thing's down. They're going to 20. That motherfucker is gone.
Full board
Oh
this,
man,
baby.
that's crazy.
Yeah, boy.
I'm sorry. What ticker? What's going to 20?
STI, the one I was just talking about.
Oh,
If it
Jesus
holds
Christ.
15, it's gonna go to 20.
God.
The fucking hedge funds down there. At least tip the bro. Come on.
So the thing is with this is they'll probably have. There's been some fucking 2 million float, so they'll have an offering tomorrow and give an opportunity.
A couple weeks ago, I mentioned Best Buy to you guys. This is the time of the year. Start paying attention to these things. Best Buy, TTWO.
Also, Serve.
Yep.
My bad. Thought you were done.
No, I'm good. Go ahead.
Also, Serve look like it's about to go test that high. I'm in the 17s and the 20s. 17s for this week and the 20s for November. So, Serve, SERV, Serve Robotics. Also, that GWH that you talked about, that S whatever you call it, S Tech, got suspended. It's halted to the upside, Jeffrey. GWH halted to the upside.
Dude, I swear to God, there are probably 3 hedge funds in there. Congratulations if you guys grabbed these names that Kevin and we spoke about, but I didn't. But obviously the goddamn hedge funds down below did. This is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
So I scalped that STI from 14.5 to 1687. So I just went on to set a buy order at 1450. It was looking like it wasn't even going to hit it, but it did. When I got the alert that I was filled, I just when I looked at it, it was at 17.
Ticker. Skywater Technologies, SKYT, just broke out of an ascending wedge at new highs a day, 1946. Looks like it wants $20 before the end of the week.
I swear to God, there's hedge funds down there sitting at the bar with the other hedge fund guys, drinking and doing cocaine and making us do all the
Hold
work
on.
for them.
What was that? Which one was that again, Silencius?
Skywater Technology.
Skywater, SKYT, Sierra Kilo Yankee Tango.
Yeah, no, I was just half listening. I want to make sure I heard that.
Yes, sir.
No, definitely. Because now I'm looking at this ELBM, trying to figure out if this is a buy, and because it's still pulling back, it's holding back. It looks like it's about to go clear that 6, that ELBM, the one I thought you were talking about earlier, Bull Bear.
Yeah.
Big Kev, look what I tagged you on.
Just tell me about it, bro. I'm trying to formulate a trade real quick. I ain't trying to be rude or whatever, but
No, it's cool. It's visual. You'll see it. See it later. It's comedy, not anything else.
This is well out of the money. Not a huge trade, but still important. I think Shopify, November 200s and 210 strikes. It's 130,000 still.
that's nice. I like that. Macro hard.
That shit had me rolling.
Yeah, yes.
Did he just do this?
I don't know, I guess.
This is crazy. Mac, come on, man, stop it.
Ticker ES ceiling has dropped down to 67.13 to 67.23. We formed a right facing triangle, aka chop day, which is what they're doing.
Bro, what is macro hard? Really?
It's a play on Microsoft.
No, I know what it is. I think I coined that shit. Fuck is you talking about? Like I said it here.
Yep.
On his thing, and now he's painted it on a building. Are you kidding me? That's the ultimate form of flattery, bro. I ain't never heard nobody say that before me. Stop it.
Yep.
That's what had me rolling the other day when you're doing your rundown. It had me busting out laughing. And then I saw this. I was like, oh, I got to tag him in.
Ticker. Velo 3D, VELO, that's Victor Echo, Lima Oscar, is breaking out of a bull flag on the intraday and breaking out of a bull flag on the daily, currently $5.47, up 23%.
Elon, I know you listening because you stealing my shit, man. I should get some residuals or royalties or something if you stealing my shit, boy. I'm just saying, bro. Give me a lifetime premium subscription or something. God damn, you stealing my shit. I'm giving you free IP. Really?
Yeah.
Elon, if he stopped,
They give you free supercharging.
What would he do? He had nothing else to do. Anyway, hey, this is one of yours, Kev, Metcoal, METC. Starting to see some far out strikes, 70s for June next year.
Uh-oh, Cole's about to get busy again.
327,000, and then 55s for December, 112,000.
Yeah, just
I mean, that
trim
makes
some
sense.
more.
They need steel.
Hey, Butters, the possible unveiling of was it Poet in NVIDIA? Were they going to have some sort of collaboration or something?
What?
Was Poet supposed to have some sort of collaboration with NVIDIA, or am I thinking of a different ticker?
No, you're thinking of a different ticker.
Okay.
Poet has a collaboration with SMTC.
Okay.
Ticker, just trim the McDonald's $300 calls for November 21st, up 35%.
Oh, I'm thinking CCCCX. That's the one that could possibly have there's talk about a collaboration there with NVIDIA. Correct, Chris?
No, they're at NVIDIA GTC. So that's the conference at the end of October.
That's it.
Might be a good buy area right here on ABAT. If you aren't already in it.
I know some of you guys are in this one with me. HYLN's up 9% today.
Boom. Also, that KOPN, shout out Crispy, looks like a pretty good buy area too if you're not already in it.
I haven't had any confirmation about their involvement in Anduril supply chain for the IVAS system. I've been probing everybody I can. Nobody knows for sure not whether or not their hardware is actually in that thing.
Ticker.
Didn't I see?
Go ahead, Big Face. I'm just closing.
You call it ticker, bro. You call it ticker. Go ahead.
ALB. Sorry. ALB 105 calls for January 2026. I'm close out the rest of these at 209%. Got these last week. ALB.
You said Anduril, right?
Yeah, they unveiled their
Crispy.
IVAS. They unveiled their IVAS thing at AUSA today, so that's why they're getting a lot of headlines for it. That's the augmented soldier headset helmet system that they took away from Microsoft about 6 or 7 months ago.
So the dollar looking like it's trying to hold, trying to find support and bounce here. The dollar still looking sticky though for everything else. Looking at Bitcoin, looking at Ethereum, still looking a little sticky. They're both stuck in a consolidative state, in my opinion. Gold still hanging up here, looking for value, looking for a hold here. RSP, MAGS, both looking weak right now. VIX could have found support. VIX could have bottomed. I don't know. Paying attention to the VIX, looking like it could have possibly bottomed intraday. The market, everything is still consolidative. Like it hasn't really broken out of the low range it's been in all morning essentially, and that's NDX, SPX, SPY, the Russell and Dow. Looking at Apple, it tried to have a nice little push rejection. Tesla consolidated slightly to the upside with a bit of a rejection here. H pattern detected for HOOD hood, potential H pattern. I would look for to see if that plays out after having that steep decline in the beginning at the open rather. Nvidia is still consolidating. Want to see what it wants to do after having that consolidation to the upside, a big rejection and a bounce. Is kind of sitting here holding, trying to hold value right here. AMD look like an H pattern forming on AMD. I'd look to see if that actually plays out because it's leaning towards the downside. Potential M pattern forming on Intel. You want to see if that starts to play out. It's curling over. Meta's looking weak. Google doesn't look weak, but it doesn't look strong anymore. Adobe hanging out here at support, see if it can build up a base or if it's going to have a continued decline. Broadcom still just kind of consolidating. It still looks bullish to the upside, but it's just been consolidating. You want to see it break one way or the other. Amazon's been consolidating, looking a little bearish. Oracle's been consolidating, starting to look a little bearish. I'm looking at a bear flag, potential bear flag on Microsoft. You want to see if it goes macro soft. Elon. So looking at UNH pullback, looking like it's trying to hold value, but values look like it's about to give out on UNH. Palantir, big bear flag on Palantir. Coin had a bear flag drop, a break to the downside on Coin on this bear flag. Want to see if it consolidates out to an H, but Coin looks bearish.
Yo, I gotta go. A tree just collapsed on my neighbor's house. I'll see you guys later, bro.
All right, bro. Catch you. Hope
Ticker.
everything's cool.
Ticker. Jeffries, JEF. That's Juliet Echo Foxtrot. 21 November, 60-65 call spread, 20,000 times for a total premium net outlay of $1.32 million.
This looked like a reversion bounce on Jeffries after having that big sell-off. I'm looking at that daily. It's printing a doji, but intraday looking like it's trying to get a break to the upside. About 1.5 times the daily volume. JEF.
Jeffries is in the middle of that mess with holding the bag on debt and a couple of companies that have gone under. So be careful.
Yeah, it's in a big decline. I mean, just look at that sell-off it's had on the daily or even the weekly.
Yeah, it reports in about 2 weeks' time. So
Yeah, I'd stay away from that after that sell-off. I mean, unless you're doing some kind of spread or something where you protect yourself.
I got a long term play. I just posted about it. Geo, the like private prisons play. This thing is trading below 1 price to sales now. I have a short term target of 22. The options market has 9,000 sold $22 put contracts at 22. This is kind of really wild that it's been able to sell this far down below that.
Bullish if we go full police state.
For me, it's just gonna be like a long term hold. Then I'm playing commons, and then I'm taking a stab at November and January options for it too. I might even look further, maybe 2027 options as well. Haven't touched those yet.
Love the play, love the thesis. 17 is a support level. I mean, I want to see if it can hold. If that doesn't hold, then you might find value at 15. But I do like it long term. Love it.
The other play I still like in a shorter term is I still like Unity to 43 by like November OPEX. I think it could go even further. I think it's also potentially a buyout candidate. So that's another long-term play that I've added to today.
Hey man, looks like Fluor is finally starting to perform.
Wait, what? Oh yeah,
It
finally,
looks like
right?
Fluor is finally starting to perform.
Yeah. My thesis on that is I want to see what they finally what their cash position is after they sell that stake in SMR.
are they selling their stake in SMR?
Oh yeah, like a bunch of it.
Okay.
They own 57% of SMR. They're basically their market cap was essentially the stake that they owned in SMR. The rest of the business wasn't valued for anything. It's insane.
All this power grid construction in Texas, they're going to get their chunk. They're a Texas company.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite long-term plays.
I'm sorry, I missed that. I got a phone call. Which player are we talking about in Texas?
FLR.
Oh yeah. Silencius loves that one too, I believe.
He's the one that actually brought it up to me. It was the first time I had heard about it.
Somebody once said all Silencius does is call out bangers.
Facts. So the market's just progressively trending higher, man. It's just let's see if it can continue that trend.
Some nice call flow on J&J, 192.50 for Friday. If you guys remember, I called out J&J as one of the ones expected to beat the estimates this quarter. That's in the Starmine algo. So I called that out. So there's also 195 flow coming in now. This is all for this Friday, and they report tomorrow.
Jeffrey, what you think? Is Jeffrey still here? Jeffrey's not still here.
Jeffrey's cleaning up dog piss. Let's hope he doesn't gas himself.
Jeffrey, do not put straight bleach, concentrated bleach on the dog piss, bro. Do not mustard gas yourself. I'm sure as soon as he sees bleach, he gets PTSD. PT dog pee. It looks like the market wants to continue trending higher. We go higher intraday. Do we? No, hell no. There's no way we test Friday's high, but whatever, we could.
Cody had a nice reversal today. CODI bounced off of $8 and up currently up $8.75, up 4.75% CODI. Thank you, Butter.
Yeah, so man, Bitcoin is trying to find a bounce zone. Ethereum has found a bounce zone. Gold looking like it's trying to find a bounce zone. Silver starting to look strong again. Looking at RSP and the MAG still holding value. Could bounce right up out of this little zone. And the VIX is back to looking bearish again. Could possibly take those lows out and continue to have that blowout, at least for the day, until it can find value. Looking at the market trending in kind. Tesla still trying to hold value, bounce out of this consolidative state. Apple intraday looks like a bit of a cup and handle pattern. Could break up out of that. Nvidia is starting to break up out of this little resistance area, still in a big range, essentially, from today's highs to today's lows. It's just chop until it breaks either one of those. I'm looking at 186 and 190. Just, it's just chopping between that as far as Nvidia goes. Micron is starting to wake up and look like it wants to try to make a run at 193. AMD still looks bearish overall. Intel looks like it's just consolidative overall. Google hasn't broken up out of this consolidation yet. Meta hasn't broken out of consolidation yet. Just a lot of consolidation right now. I mean, you could take your hand at trying to, trade the consolidation or just kind of be patient and wait for the break.
Silencius. No, that was Crispy that mentioned that one.
I stand corrected. Thank you, Crispy.
Yeah, STI can't stop, won't stop. That thing is at $23. STI, if you got bought in at 14, you're almost up 100%. That thing is can't stop, won't stop. That GWH that Jeffrey's talked about, still halted to the upside at 1201. or
And
suspended to the upside.
I would just add anybody looking to play Cody, tread lightly. They have SEC violations, cookbooks, a whole problem sphere. So do at your own risk.
Run.
Yeah.
If you're in that shit, run.
What got me was they haven't filed 2024 filings yet.
They can't. There's an 8K. They're working on putting that together. They're supposed to have that together by the end of the month. But if you look at the 8K that they released on Friday, you'll get a lot more details on that. They don't have any earnings data for the past like 2-3 years because of the Lugano mess.
Man, I wish somebody knew something about this uninterrupted power supply and how much more bullish that is than these regular, solid state batteries. That's what I need to know, because this STI is full bull.
I've done business with all of them back when I was, working in corporate IT, but that was years ago. So you need any data center, you need a UPS, irrespective of what power you have. You need a UPS because all the power from the power feed, from backup generators, all of it goes through the UPS. The point of the UPS is none of your systems can even take a millisecond of power outage. UPS will switch in less than that time to a battery that's inside the system. So that's what a UPS is. So essentially, it buffers the time between your grid power supply and the time it takes for your generators to come to full power. Right? You cannot put a full load on a generator as soon as you turn it on. It'll blow up. So that buffer time, that 10-15 minutes or so, that power is provided by onboard batteries. But UPS handles that switching automatically. That's what a UPS is for.
Sounds like an upgraded transformer.
Oh, it's a shitload more than that. You're constantly monitoring the quality of power. Also, it also adjusts that continuously. It gives the signal to the generator to get started. It does a lot of things, and
Yeah,
it gives you it.
stabilize the surges.
Yeah, exactly, and it tells your data center folks that there is a potential problem and they need to maybe start shutting down or things like that. So all kinds of stuff. So it's pretty intelligent system, but it's been around for literally decades, probably 50 years. It's just that it's getting smarter and smarter, and now that you're throwing out the lead acids from that and putting lithium ions, it's getting better.
And I would just add,
Indeed.
there's a consumer aspect to this. Like, y'all should probably have a UPS on your computer systems and your network stack. Grab them at Costco. They're not that expensive. I refurbish used ones for consumers.
Yeah, I have just for my internet routers. Just for that, I have a UPS. So at least I can switch. Even if my desktop dies, I could just switch to a laptop and continue to have internet.
So UAMY can't stop, won't stop over $16. Look like it's ready to go clear that high a day and keep flying today towards that 17 that I was talking about. See if we can get there. UAMY.
Big sweeps on ticker BBAI. big sweeps. It is 10 call for 320.26, 8,000 contracts, $1.76 million. I will be joining those, absolutely.
BCCX broke out of a rising triangle and is now threatening new all-time highs at $25.33 here, currently up 13%.
I'm going to take this one, you guys. J&J, 7th, November 7th, 200 calls. I like it. This is one thing I wanted to avoid taking before earnings. The earnings is tomorrow morning before open, but there's plenty of flow in J&J this week and next week, so I'm going to take this one. 11, 7, 200 strikes.
Option Scout, that BBAI. You said the $10 call for what expiration?
It was March 20th, 2026, 10 strike. I posted it in the DM chat that we got going on.
Yeah, Jeffrey, that's a Wu-Tang W on BBAI weekly. Yeah, I like the $10 strike, but I don't like the March expiry. Yeah, I don't like that March expiry, man, because it looks like it'll be, it'll hit 10 like way before they're like, today or tomorrow.
It looks like if word gets out on that, you definitely could see that. So, I mean, it wasn't too expensive. I didn't follow with much, but something to definitely note. That's a big play there. Maybe some news coming out or something. Who knows? I think it is notable to mention that we are on the S&P over the October open. So we have reclaimed the month's open, and we'll see if we want to continue to test 6,700.
Colton's found out earlier this morning is BWXT, Babcock and Wilcox Technologies. This is the nuclear side of that business. They're putting in an inverted H, currently up 4.4% and at highs today.
Boom. Yeah, don't sleep on
Caterpillar took
SoFi. Go ahead, bro.
Caterpillar up 2.75%, $504.83, and breaking out today. It's looks like it might want to break out of consolidation period. That's on the daily chart. That's not a girl.
Don't forget, you've also got ticker BW, Babcock Wilcox Enterprises. That thing's up 9% today.
Don't sleep on SoFi. SoFi holds 27. It's going to go ahead and make a run back up to that 30. Gets back up under 2650, then we might have to reconsider. Talk about this one Friday, especially, right before the sell-off. CLF, Cleveland Cliff, keep an eye on that. Looking like it could make a run back towards 15 or even higher. They're going to need steel for the infrastructure build-out, just saying. We're seeing Monica talked about how METC was catching that bid of metallurgical coal. So just throwing those out there.
Got another super large position on ticker APP. Couple sweeps coming through here. Largest one I'm seeing is a $4.98 million one for 650, expires 11/7/25. I don't understand that. That is humongous. It's probably a multi-leg, but it's not getting flagged for it.
What's the ticker again?
APP.
SPX, the major node at 6,700 came back again after it fell off earlier. However, there's a huge wall at 6675 SPX. Lines up with ES at 6720.
That doesn't look like a multi-leg. The November 7th 650s, right? AVP.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's not a multi-leg. That's a sweep above ask.
Yeah, there's some other relative, transactions there that are larger in size. That it's not getting flagged as a multi-leg, but definitely could have been
I
if you
don't
look.
see any other trade above 2000 contracts. This is 2005 contracts.
Yeah, it's more monetary value than it is contract size. Look at 1247, about 20 minutes, 30 minutes before that.
All right, let me flag that expiry and sort and see what happens.
I'm wondering if there's going to be news on the probe being overblown or just dropped.
Don't know. Possible.
Ticker SPX 635s puts today. It's kind of a yellow, but we'll see.
As soon as you stopped speaking, Frank, the ES futures started to drill.
Yeah, I'm short futures too. I'm short near the highs.
It's not a coincidence. He caused it.
Break, baby, break.
All right, I have to take a short break, you guys. I'll be back.
Otherwise, see if it holds the 9 here or I'll cover. Did I lose you guys?
No,
No,
sir.
we're still here.
Still here, sir.
Yeah, I'm just looking at other stuff besides the market. I got I have puts 2 weeks out, so I'm not really looking at the market intraday, at least not right now, until I see some momentum building up.
Trade, just a trade. It's not. We'll see.
Hey Jeffrey, before I actually take my break, I was just thinking I did not update you. So I'm going to India next month. So I have asked for an appointment with the head of surgery at a big hospital chain, the largest Apollo hospitals in India, to talk about SSII.
That's awesome, Monativ. We'd all appreciate your feedback. Thank you. It's still, I mean, it's still not even talked about. We're the only ones that talk about this thing. So awesome. Thank you.
The more I look at this Anduril headset, it keeps jumping out at me as Anduril as making the anime cat girl ears a thing for the soldiers.
I trimmed a little at 335, bought them at 205. Stop at 245. Covered half my NQ from 55 right here at 12.
Yeah, not a bad place to close that up or trim that up.
Hour.
Could be an H pattern forming on the dollar. Just paying attention to that. The Bitcoin looking like it's getting a rejection, downstream resistance. Ethereum just got rejected at resistance. The dollar looking like it's forming a bull flag, or gold forming a bull flag, perhaps. But it's starting to look bearish. Silver pulling back. Silver pulling back.
IBM opened today higher but has faded and is now putting in an H pattern. Is threatening to break down. Given I need to reboot my phone, this app is threatening to crash me.
So I'm looking at a rejection on the RSP. It's looking like it's starting to trend down now, only up 1%. Same with the mags. VIX had a pretty decent bounce and looking like it's trying to build up a little bounce strength. You got NDX, SPX, SPY, QQQ all pulling back. The Dow starting to look a little bit more bearish. The Russell looking a little bit more bearish. Apple pulled back, looking like it's trying to find value. Same with Tesla. NVIDIA is still in that consolidation. AMD actually had the H pattern play out. Let's see if it can drill a little bit more and actually create an M pattern. Intel starting to curl over. Meta starting to look like it wants to take that next T plunge. Adobe looking like it's finding support, could bounce. Same with Google. Amazon as well, but Amazon's curling over, starting to look bearish. Broadcom curling over, starting to look bearish. Oracle looking like it's trying to find support, but H pattern playing out on Microsoft with that bear flag break. Looking at UNH trying to hold support, could possibly bounce here, but we'll see. Palantir, almost a V-shaped setup. Looking like it's trying to base and hold support, only up 0.9%, and look like it's trying to build strength to push higher. Coinbase, another H pattern detected, could possibly play out right here. MicroStrategy's looking super weak and could take that nasty plunge. Keep my eye on that.
What are you guys all long on MP?
I am. I got the $100 calls.
One thing just looks like it's bull flagging, ready to go, waiting on the moving average to catch up.
Yes, it does. But BBAI has already taken that putting it in drive, and has taken off. That's why I didn't really like the $10 for March, because it just was looking like it was ready to just move now. So as you see, BBAI is catching that bid full bull upside down H playing out intraday.
Yeah, it does. Look at it go. I'm waiting for the news to hit. I mean, that was huge.
Jesus Christ, that thing flagged and then took off. Could be a $30 stock next year if it is the company, people are thinking it is. Some people call her Shitco, other people call it the next Palantir.
If you guys followed
So
on
in this
McDonald's,
market, it can be both.
if you guys followed on McDonald's, it's a good time to close out or trim some of that. We talked about the 300 test being the price target. We got it. We're getting a little bit of a rejection.
Thank you. Currently checking on my McDonald's. Yeah, I don't know. McDonald's looks strong though.
For me, it was just a trade. Not anything super long, so I don't know what everybody else got. I got this week expiration, so pretty decent sell off on the S&P here. We'll see if we get some follow through below this level where we're at right now at 66.55. Got targets to the floor as of right now at 66.40, but not so sure we're going to see that. Virtually call speculation on the index there has just fallen off very much flat into virtually where we were around that 66.80 area. If you're looking for a high potential, or excuse me, a high reward, it would be buying the dip for the late day 66.80 push on this sell down, cut below 66.40. Man, what the fuck? Who's well versed on Oklo?
Me, but I've gotten the story completely wrong. A baked potato makes more energy than Oklo will in the next 3 years. That's all I got. But I've been wrong. I've been wrong since $10.
So
Salencia, are you in the room? Salencia?
He's showing us listener.
I don't know. I can't even do anything with them. Just reset yourself, Salencia. Take your self out and come back in, and I'll at least put you at speaker if Kev's gone. I don't know if Kev's gone or not.
I mean, once you have feedback, obviously we love to hear it from you. Sawyer, check it out. But I think when it comes to cars, no offense to Sawyer, I can't wait to hear it from you.
Yeah, I'm really excited to drive one. I think these are going to be really great vehicles for people. In some cases, less is more. There's a lot of consumers who aren't just sort of broke, but are, price sensitive, right? They'll buy a car, but only if it's below a certain price. Um, so yeah, I think sort of taking the lineup and putting it into different tiers. If you get the Model Y Performance, you get a 16-inch touchscreen. You get vehicle to load, which the other vehicles don't get. You get obviously all the other cool stuff that comes with the performance, including the performance motor.
speak and participate in his Sunday spaces. The 3 weekday spaces, they are all at the noon hour. That is Central Standard Time. So for those of you who are not in Central Standard Time, please convert that to your time zone. With
fifth, whenever I decide to tweet about it. But I only do high conviction, deep research picks. A lot of people talk about 100 tickers a year. I talk about 10 to 20. Some years maybe 25. And I just try to just do a lot of work before I talk about a stock. I don't just like see a nice chart and start talking about a stock. So I think that maybe distinguishes me from a lot of the other bigger accounts. I hope it does. But that's my style. And what I focus on is mid caps that I think can see multiple expansion or have reasons to see significant multiple expansion. That's kind of the name of the game for me. About a month ago, I shared with you guys Amcor, which is up 30% or so since. It's up like 8% today, and PLab, which were the two plays on U.S. semiconductor supply that I had opened because I think they're reasonably priced. They're both trading at 1x sales and sub 20 Ps. PLab's actually at an 11p. And I think that they are going to be major beneficiaries of an attempt to reshore semiconductors. And the same way, I have a very specific theme with the U.S. power grid. I think based on the latest updated projections over the last 6 or 7 months, it's looking like the next 4 years are going to have more power grid investment than the last 10 to 12 years combined. And it's going to happen at an accelerated pace. And I think Trump's comments a couple of weeks ago have probably were sometimes you don't need a lot of tinder. You just need a whisper sometimes when the investment is aligned. And I think this is one of those sectors. So I think projections for power grid investment are going to rise even more materially than they have in the last 6 months, and I'm trying to position myself for it. Some of those stocks have run a lot. I'm trying to find the reasonably priced ones that haven't. About a week and a half ago, I don't know when it was that I shared PLPC with you guys, but I'm still long that name. That's part of this power grid basket. I think it's still, I haven't sold a share. It remains one of the most compelling, I think, structural setups in the market. You're talking about a profitable company trading at 1x sales, sub 15p that has 90% of the float held tightly by institutions and insiders. You're talking about a 250K effective float in a company that's in one of the most powerful investment cycles and industries in the country, and they have 75% pure play exposure. So I remain extremely compelled by PLPC. It's almost 10% of my portfolio at this point, so it's a very big position. But I wanted to add another power grid position. So today I added that second position. I had a list of 10. I narrowed them down to PLPC as my favorite, and then I had about 3 others that I was considering. One of them was MYRG, but I felt that there was too much overlap of exposure between PLPC and MYRG. So the one I decided to open today was Enersys Systems, ticker ENS. And I think this stock is wildly mispriced. So this name is trading at 1x sales and a 10 PE. And it is a US based, a domestic battery OEM. Okay. If you look at the peer comps for anything that fits that description, they are like, to give you an example, EOSC, which is a popular retail stock, is trading at like 150 times sales or something. I'm not saying that this should trade at that because it's not as sexy and it's not in the next gen technologies, but this is a real money making, profitable US based battery OEM in a climate where China is holding our feet to the fire in multiple industries, batteries most recently being one of them. There was a Wall Street Journal article out 2 weeks ago, and in response to that, a lot of stocks ripped. The retail favorites certainly ripped, but I mean, this one, it's been green lately. It actually had a huge green streak, week to week basis. The stock is cheap. It's just no other way to put it. The stock is just very cheap compared to peers, and you could argue that take peers out of the equation, it's just cheap anyway, considering the secular backdrop. Because if grid investment looks like what it's going to look like in the US over the next few years, and US based companies are favored, at least for the duration of the Trump administration, and likely beyond by the regulations they put in, I think the tailwinds are enormous. So I think this is a compelling name at the current price, like very compelling. And so I took a pretty decently sized position in it. For me, for a starter, 6.5% of the portfolio is a big position. I usually open starters around 3.5% or up to 4.5%, but I opened a 6.5% position in this today, and I will look to upsize it if the market pulls back. But I think this is a very, very mispriced battery stock considering the climate. And I think both this and PLPC are. Like, pure plays should trade at a premium. PLPC trades at a discount. That doesn't make sense. I feel the same way about this stock. This stock should trade at a premium valuation as a domestic battery player. And if you listen to their last earnings call, I spent a lot of time going through their last earnings call. They talk a lot about this, about de-risking the supply chain. And there's two projects of note, I think, here with Enersys. And somebody just DM'd me again and asked for the ticker ENS. ENS. And there's also, I think, a crypto ticker, by the way, that falls under that. I'm not sure, but when I searched it, there was a bunch of crypto things. So yeah, there's a crypto ticker too, but it's not the crypto ticker. It's the NASDAQ listed stock. But anyway, they made an acquisition.
Stock Talk, can I ask you an honest question? If
Yeah.
you searched on Twitter for a stock and you saw me tweeting about it, would you not make it a stock pick?
No, dude, I don't
I'm
search
kidding.
for I don't like follow anybody's stocks. The reason I consistently talk about stocks that no one's talking about is because I don't do
But
that.
I think
I
you
don't use
saw no, but
scanners.
I'm saying the
No,
opposite.
but
I'm
I
saying
know,
if you
I know
saw
you're
people
trolling. I know
talking
you're
about it,
no. I know you're trolling, but I'm being honest. Like, I don't scroll my feed for ideas. I never do that. It's just not like it's not part of my process. Like, but anyway, on back to the topic. The acquisition that I think is important. Acquisition that I think is important is that in July of 2024, they bought a company called Bren-Tronics. Now, this was a good acquisition anyway. It was immediately accretive. Okay, they bought it for, let me check my notes, $208 million, and it was immediately accretive. They did $100 million 2023 sales. It was a profitable entity. It was immediately accretive to the valuation. So anyway, I passed by it when I did my research, and then I looked into it. Bren-Tronics has direct U.S. NATO customers for sale, and on top of that, Bren-Tronics' entire motto is making a China-free supply chain. It's like plastered over all of their relevant, PR documents and everything. So I think with China applying leverage for the batteries for military applications, that's especially relevant because Bren-Tronics is a seller of batteries for military applications specifically. So I think the Bren-Tronics is significant. The other thing I think is significant is under the former administration, there was a lot of IRA money given out. The Trump administration is now reviewing that money. Okay. A lot of money that was allocated to wind and solar, those awards have been retroactively either taken away or the qualifications have been changed and parties have been disqualified as a result of that. The Trump administration has found ways to basically reject the money for a lot of clean energy companies. But recently, as we've seen, the Trump administration has taken an aggressive approach on the lithium and battery industry. They made that direct investment in LAC, and then you see all of these other initiatives they're taking in batteries now. And China's trying to pull the choke on batteries. Well, the DOE signed a contract with Enersys back in, I've checked my notes for this again. I don't want to get the year wrong. Okay, the contract was finalized on January 17th of this year. Okay, so the DOE signed the ink and they secured the $200 million award on January 17th of this year, right? And after they secured that award and the IRA went under review, the likelihood that this award specifically is subject to any kind of editing is a very, very unlikely because it fits the current administration's view directly. It's a domestic battery manufacturer. And so if approved, that'll fund a battery ion, lithium ion cell manufacturing facility in Greensville. And that is exactly what China is trying to pull the choke on a lithium-ion battery. So I think this is a unique play that's thematically relevant. It's extremely cheap compared to peers and just in general. And I think it's a beneficiary of the multi-year grid investment cycle. So I think it's a very, very interesting play here, especially at the current price. And the chart is great. So, yeah, that's the new idea, and that's the stock I opened today. But, yeah, I did want to get that out, before.
By the way, I'm looking at it right now. The chart looks great. You sound like you know exactly what you're talking about. Definitely, for those who who take ideas from people who know what they're doing, this would probably be a good idea for them and for me. I'm looking at it right now too. I might just take some calls out and go out like a month, so this way I don't have to watch it. But it looks good, and definitely you're in the right narrative. You're in the right place, and definitely it's not extended and it's not too overbought, and definitely seems like there's a lot more news coming in the pipeline from this type of administration going after these type of scenarios. So you can get a lot of bang for the buck here, and you definitely did your homework on it. So that's definitely appreciated.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the battery stocks today, right? Like GWH, right? Everyone's talking about that one today. That one's up like 120% on a contract. EOSC is up 23% today, right? Like, I mean,
Yeah.
these are I'm not knocking these names. I haven't studied them that well. EOSC, I kind of know the story, but these are popular retail names. I get it. Like a lot of people are talking on Twitter. Great, make money. I'm not mad at anyone for making money, right? But like EOSC is trading at 140 times sales, right? Like ENS is trading at 1 time sales.
Why do you think that is?
Okay. I mean, they're profitable. I think it's overlooked. I think it's not this sexy next gen story that everyone wants.
Right.
But it's a company. I mean, look at their 10-year revenue chart. They're consistently growing revenue, right? Look at their EPS chart. Look at the inflection in their EPS from Q2 23. Yeah, they got some credits, okay? But like, okay, if Tesla's EPS did this with a little bit of credits, people would not be worried about that, right? But I mean, this is a real battery player, right? EPS TTM growth is up 22%. You have a company that's growing revenue. They're doing their market cap and revenue. They're in a directly relevant theme. All the battery stocks are going crazy. There's a great investment cycle going up. Like, what else do you need for a stock to re-rate?
Well, I think you had us at hello.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. But like, should this trade at an 11 PE in this environment with peers trading at 150 times sales? I don't think so.
I'm actually looking I know
know?
you're more fundamental, which is hopefully gives it
No,
even
I'm
more
very
kind of,
technical too, though, Scott. Like, I love a chart. I post
like
every idea.
you look at
I post a chart
you
with
look
a
at the
picture.
weekly chart, and the weekly chart just looks like it's starting.
Look at that separation on the weekly, right? All the moving averages stacked, just starting to separate, right?
Yep.
Even on the monthly, right? Like, you look at so many hot stocks in this market, Scott. Look, what do their monthly charts look to you? They look like cliffs waiting to happen, right? But
Yeah.
you look at this monthly chart. What do you see?
Just poked its head above.
Just poked it out, right?
Above 113 twice, and yeah, definitely looks like something you could stay with for hopefully now through the fourth quarter and then some. That's
yeah,
good.
I mean, I'm trying to stay with this thing through at least Q1 of next year. I think there's a chance for a real re-rating between now and then. And they have earnings coming up in early November. If on earnings they come out and they're like, oh, they post a blockbuster earnings at this valuation with the battery stocks this hot. How much is EOSC up year to date? I don't even know.
Yeah, you sound like you sound like, to be honest, you do your homework like Logical. Logical does a lot of good homework. A lot of
yeah, I mean, we're both stock pickers. Yeah, Logical does great homework on his names. We're in very different industries usually. I'm kind of in like next gen tech more so, and Logical does a great job with biotech. And I think for me, I try to find things like, I don't know. I searched the sticker and all I could find was crypto spam. I couldn't find anyone talking about it, and I like that. Like Amcor on September 5th. You go search my post. No one's talking about it before that. Now a lot of people are talking about it, but that's what I like. I like to get in, get position, let the crowd find out about it, and then see the stock re-rate. But I went through everything. I couldn't see any issue with the debt. I couldn't see any issue with, like, I just don't understand why it's so heavily mispriced. So yeah, that's Inersis for you.
Do you know QuantumScape? It's probably one of the ones that you don't
Yeah,
because it's probably like it's trading at a PE of who knows and sales of who knows.
No, but see, Scott, I'm not even a PE guy. This is the thing. Like, I know I sound like a fundamental guy right now, but you know the names I own in the front half of the year, Scott? Nebius, Kratos, Robinhood. Those aren't low PE names.
Those are great names.
But this is the thing. I just felt they were undervalued for other reasons, for thematic reasons, right? And earlier in the year, I could stomach buying names I felt that had no relative valuation floors because I felt like there were still legs in the market. I mean, we've come a long way in 2 years, right?
Yeah.
So I'm now trying to look for names that when the market does puke, aren't going to get absolutely decimated, right? And these names trading at one-time sales, they're not going to go down 80%,
Right.
And these profitable names trading one-time sales, especially if they're thematically relevant, like, that's the thing is the thesis on these names that I'm buying recently isn't that they're cheap. I'm not a guy that buys cheap stocks. Like, the people that follow me for years, I'm always in these, like, I'm in UUUU and LEU. LEU is my biggest position right now. That's not a cheap stock.
No.
And that stock goes up every day, but it's my biggest position, right? It's like almost 17% of my portfolio now. And I bought it in May. I haven't sold a share because I think that thing's going way higher because it's the only American enrichment asset in the whole country. There's no peers. So I think that valuation, the premium could keep expanding beyond people's belief. I have different theses on different companies, and it's not my thesis here even isn't that they're cheap. I think that they're cheap is a bonus,
Right.
for both of them. And I think that's a good bonus to have in this market climate where everything is expensive, almost everything. The Mag 7 are expensive. The market theme leaders are expensive. Even the names I own, like I'm not going to sell my Kratos. I don't own it too low. I'm not going to sell my Nebius. I own it too low. I own these stocks 5x lower, so I'm not going to sell them. But do I think they're expensive here? Yeah, a little. I don't want to add to them. So I have to find other places to put my money to work, right? In the meanwhile, while those stocks bake and consolidate and
Yeah.
do what they need to do. So that's what I'm thinking. I want cheap names right now that are thematically relevant.
There you go. I like it. Could you take this group into the close? I have to go back to the Alba team. It's 3:52, and
We appreciate you, Scott.
just moderate over there. All right, appreciate you guys. Thank you. I'm going to definitely take a deeper dive into that too. And listen, here we are. We've been stuck in this one spot all day. It's 663, the 50% retracement. So, pick and choose your side, like have conviction in names you're in. And I would definitely, sell a little premium higher just to have it, just in case we pack and fill and they want to burn off some premium if you have a lot of options out there. I sold like I said, the 665s and 664s, just because if we hang here for a little bit, I have options that might, get some burn off of the vol. And then if we went to 665 or a little bit higher the next day or two, I would then sell the 667s. I have a feeling, in my humble opinion, we're not going to get back above 667 in the next few days, where, you'll have some individual stock movement. So be your stock picker, and into this area, I would think you could put a little bit of, if you even want to go out a few weeks and buy some, lotto puts just because it's cheaper today than it was on Friday's close. Do that just if you have a, if you were jumping out the window this weekend because you had too much risk on, then into this gap up, A, reduce a little bit, B, go out for some lotto puts, and C, just reevaluate your commitment levels to things. And all right, I got to jump.
Appreciate you, Scott.
All right, good luck into the close.
So far, it's been a green power hour, so it's been a good luck Monday. Good luck Monday. Does anyone have any other thoughts on this ENS? Watching it, I added a couple shares. I waited till we talked about it on Stocks on Space. I didn't front run my squad.
You're having
But
fun. You shares,
one
aren't you?
11591 is what I got. Stock Talk. What do you like? 11. Do you
You hear what I
115?
said?
No. What'd you say?
I said you're having a fun time with your LEU shares, aren't you?
I am. Yeah.
And
So
you bought that one late, didn't you? You bought it like 100% after I bought it, didn't you?
I don't know. Well, I got in at 177 is the cost basis.
Yeah, I bought it 96, so you bought 100%.
Yeah. Well, listen,
But you're still cooking. You're still cooking. Look at it, it's $400, right?
Yeah, I also bought Amcor at. I added a little bit on Friday as well on the Amcor.
Oh, that's a
2950 is
boss
my cost
buy, dude. Even
basis.
I was too scared to buy on that knife. I didn't know if it was gonna go lower. Good ad. Good ad.
2929, and
Look at that
I'm
thing today, huh? What a rebound.
I'm too deep in BM&R, but it got pretty low. It got back to my cost basis, so I bought at 48, and then I just bought some ETFs.
Yeah, I mean
We'll see.
everything was
I don't
cooking.
know.
The D Pro up 16% for me. Energy Fuels up another 16%. LEU up 10. I mean, dude, my portfolio hit almost where we at?
Dude, we had a fun live stream on Friday for anyone who missed it.
437 today. Oh shit!
We had a really fun live stream. I went on Friday when everything was going on. Basically, this whole squad that was up here was chilling up there. Logical. That was a good time too. And one thing we were talking about on there was some level that we had to get back and recover. Emp, you were talking about it. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I mean, have we done it? Are we there? I think it was like we had to get up a percentage and a half, maybe not fully. My ETF portfolio was up too. Can you are you there? I don't know if you could say what
Right
I was
here.
saying
Yeah.
in a more correct way because that was not clear.
Yeah, so we talked about like the 9 and 21 EMA like we do pretty often on here. And if you look, we pushed up into it pretty quickly, slowed down, and we basically have consolidated right above the 21 on the daily SPY or SPX chart. So it's right in that region. It's looking like we're going to close above it, which is a good sign. And then if you look at your Nasdaq, the daily 9 is right here on QQQ and NDX. So trying to basically retake that at the close here as well.
Pretty crazy. We were talking about it. It felt a lot further Friday night. It was a 1.5% move. We got it. We got the taco.
It did, and I mean, and that's
Did you
the.
see the? It's actually yeah. Go. Sorry.
I was gonna say, well, I mean, the question is like, is it a full taco? Is this the same pattern that we've seen like 10 times at this point or more, or is there still some hesitation here because of what happened on Friday? I tend to think the first answer is the same. I mean, until the pattern doesn't play out. But we'll see. I mean, either way, with what happened, I figured you were going to get some type of relief bounce. Anytime you get a panic like we had, and just an absolute, just kind of not free fall, but it's pretty close to a free fall. You usually get some kind of bounce back. I mean, here we are. As Scott said it a few minutes ago. We're right in the golden pocket for those that use, fib retracements and stuff. If you look at SPY, the high of pretty much this entire consolidation, right where we're trading right now, is the midpoint of Friday's range. And on QQQ, we're just above it. We're between that and what the 618, or the golden retrace as we call it. We're just sitting right in that little pocket. So you could make an argument for both sides here, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's a pretty decent look overall, in my opinion, in a bull market.
Oh, last time we had this, and I believe we closed above it. We did go to two. Sorry, I had my dog a little bit. Whatever. And we had like 2 3 days of rallying after that, or a couple days after that. Sorry, my dog actually. Yeah, but we are a minute or two away from the close here. So watch out for that. No earnings or anything coming up after the close.
The recapture into the close, like on the 21 EMA, is great, right? There was a soft rejection at the highs right off the 9, which is important to note. But what's
Well,
more,
real quick, Stock
yep.
Talk, your trading view candle, there's like a phantom wick. So just be careful if you look at the trading view. Because I looked around on, if you look at the high
Wait,
of
so you're saying it
SPY,
didn't test that?
no.
What was the
So
highs?
if you look, that SPY actually traded 664.60s is what I saw across most brokers. But on
So it didn't hit 66521
on TradingView, no. TradingView shows it does. It did not hit there. If you go down to 1 minute, you can see this phantom wick. Just to point that out to everyone.
Okay, bet. But yeah, so there's a recap of the 21 EMA. What's more important is a weekly structure on SPY, right? Like, so what we were in danger of, and we're still in danger of it on Friday, was a breakdown below the 9-week, right? The 9-week EMA was what we were at risk of, because we came right down into it on Friday, combined with a 21 EMA forfeit. That's usually not a good sign. Now, we got the news over the weekend. Today we get the bounce. The bounce was not as aggressive as you would have liked to see. You would have liked to just see an immediate recapture of the 9 and 21. Now, you could still get that tomorrow, right? Because last time this happened, the 21 EMA forfeit, it took 2 days. It actually did sort of get softly rejected, right? And M, can you check that actually on the retest of the 9? You see what I'm talking about on the last 21 EMA forfeit? What is this, September? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
To 633, the forfeit down to 633.
Yeah,
16.
because like we gapped down that day, pushed down, and came all the way back and closed on the 21. The next day we opened up, we gapped up above it and came back down. That was the holding
But
spot.
was that
640.
rejected there, that next candle?
At the 9?
On my main thing right now. Hold on, let me pull this up. You know what I mean? Was that rejected at the 9, that rebound candle?
No, it was
It was
a
above?
pause because the next day went through it.
Well, yeah.
We really haven't rejected the 9 at all.
Yeah, because we
Like if
haven't
you go
technically
back through all
tested it.
this,
Yeah.
every time we haven't really like when we back test the 9, we've pretty much been closing through it. And then there was one day that I guess back in like August, like early August, where you could say that we did kind of reject the 9 area. But that's the only time I've seen the 9 really get rejected. Every other time it's like gotten back through it and then gapped up again the next day and then held above it.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I mean, you don't know what's going. Obviously, we have to take it one candle at a time, right? But like, if tomorrow's candle is just like a nasty red candle, that won't be the greatest sign, right? Especially if it takes us down through the 9. Like, if you get rejected tomorrow and you go back below the 21 and go through down below the 653 spot, that's not going to be a pretty look. So that's what you don't want to happen into the end of the week. But for now, yeah, I mean, you just, rock with it. I did take a little bit of profits today on UUU finally. After many months, my call's at 3,000% today. So I was like, I have to take some. So I took 15% of those off. That paid for the position and more because of how much they were up. But I'm gonna start trimming some stuff here and there. It's been a crazy year. I'm gonna wind down some things, but the stuff I've opened more recently, my battery grid basket, my semiconductor supply basket, the automation basket, which I'm still building. I have GXO in it, but I'm studying 3 other names right now, and I'm gonna add another name to the automation basket. Then I have good rare metals exposure with UU and MTRN and LEU, and then
Got a question, Stock Talk.
I feel pretty comfortable. Yeah.
You're a mega cap guy. Oh, sorry, you're a mid cap guy.
Yeah.
I sometimes like the larger names. What's on this theme of this automation reshoring area? Yeah. Oh, was that
Oh,
okay? Sorry,
you're
that
talking
was
about
a
like the
little reverb.
automated warehouses thing?
No, just kind of know what you're talking about here. This general
Well, the
area you
theme of
like.
my
What are
whole
the
portfolio is reshoring. I just have different parts of it, right? Like
what are
I
the
have the
large cap
US.
names that show up in that area that you like? That obviously you're not going to go for because it's not your style, but you see a lot.
Wait, so sorry, what was your question?
You like mid cap names? That's what you're going to dig deep into.
Yeah.
What are the large cap names in those same themes?
It depends on which one you're talking about.
Is there any that stand out? I mean, we're talking about this automation
The
theme
automation
here a
theme
little bit right now.
Would be the obvious name on the automation theme. They're 38 billion market cap. Rockwell Automation, ROK. That's the obvious name if you're going to be talking about that theme. If you want to talk about like a closer comp to, I mean, GXO is really a robotics as a service business. It's not a builder of robots, right? But like Symbiotic, they're not a large cap, but they're a mid cap. They're 8 billion. Like they're a builder of industrial robotics and warehousing. I've looked at that name before. Execution has been okay, but that name I think is still interesting too. That's one that in the future maybe, but right now it's one of the names I've been looking into, and I'm just like, I don't know if they have the gusto to really break out of where they are, but I don't think it's crazy, price or anything. So that's what I've been looking at too. But I don't know. There's a lot of names in this theme that are interesting that are kind of undercover, and I kind of want to get one of those rather than one of the ones that everyone talks about, because I do well when I find names like that people aren't talking about, because then you get multiple stages of repricing, because then you get a stage of like discovery where people find the stock, and then there's a little bit of repricing as a consequence of that. Then like you get Wall Street upgrades, and there's a little bit of pricing because of that. Then you might get in some nice earnings reports. There's a little bit of repricing. So stocks can reprice very quickly, or I've found mid cap stocks can. You can go from 1x sales to 3x sales really fast. You'd be surprised. People would be surprised. So that's what I'm trying to find right now. And maybe I'm wrong and the markets keep being frothy. That's cool. Like every day people are tagging me, and like people are tagging me today in GWH. They're like, "Is that your battery stock? Look at GWH, it's about 100%." I'm like, "Great, dude. Awesome. I'm glad people are doing well on that. It had a nice chart. A lot of people liked the chart. They did great on it. Awesome." I'm just not looking for those types of stocks, because when the markets do pull down, like I don't want to get puked on. And yeah, that's why I'm doing what I'm doing right now. And I might be a little early to that positioning, but the beauty of this is that if the markets go up, these stocks will go up also. Like every stock in my portfolio was green today. Yeah, the market was up, but all my stocks were too. It's not like I'm buying stocks that aren't going to go up with the market. It was funny because on Friday, like UU and LEU were up when everything was down, and I like tweeted about it, and some guy was like, "Yeah, what about all the other days? Yeah, they were up again today." Like, surprise, surprise. Like UU actually was up more today than it was on Friday. So yeah, they go up on both red days and green days. In fact, I think LEU and UU have been two of the stocks that have done that the most for me. Just green every day. And it's good to be in names like that. where you can buck the market trend, and you have a better chance of doing that in mid caps. Large caps are going to get swept up in the market because you've even if you're not in the S&P 500, you're going to trade more tightly with the ebbs and flows of the S&P 500, and I don't want my portfolio to do that. I'm going to have names that do. Like, unfortunately, even though I think Amcor and PLAB should not have been down on Friday, they were down. Now they rebounded beautifully today. Amcor reclaimed the 90 MA today in one day, which is awesome. But I didn't even think they should have been down. They were down because SMH was down a lot, right? And so unfortunately, yeah, they're going to trade a little bit with SMH. I think eventually, when the market realizes the opportunity, they will begin trading divergent from the index, as a lot of my stocks do. You know, a lot of my stocks do eventually break correlation from the index, and that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the type of multiple expansion that's inescapable. Like, even if there's weakness in the industry, you just can't escape it because the tailwinds are too big. And that's what I'm positioning myself for. And I think in the next year or so, I'll be pretty happy about it. And then I'll rotate to another theme. And that's just what I do. And I think it works well for people who are trying to like follow like little balls everywhere from back and forth, and what should I buy this week and what should I buy that week. I think you just smartly observe what's happening, where the investment cycles are, where the money is going, and then you say, okay, I want to be there before the money gets there. That's really what investing is. That is investing in one sentence. I want to be there before the money gets there. And that money can be investment money, like in the private sector. It can be government money. It can also be simply people buying the stock, inflows into the stock. That's also money getting there. It can be people buying the calls. It can be any of that stuff. So you want to be in the stock before the money gets there if you want to make a real, like, massive multi-cycle returns that can carry your portfolio. Like, I've had a bunch of names that have been carrying my portfolio for like almost 4 years now. Like, and Robinhood has been a huge contributor for 2 years straight now. Nebius was a massive contributor this year. I haven't sold a share of Nebius. I expect it to continue to be a massive contributor. And I own it at 23, so it's never going to give me a headache. And this is how you win. You find these names, get in early, let the market find them, let the multiple expansion happen, take some profits, pay for your initial cost, and then leave the seed to grow. And then do it all over again. Find a stock, let the multiple expansion happen, take the profits, take your initial out, push your initial into a new stock, let the seed grow. Oh, do that over and over and over and over and over and over again with thematically relevant names that are priced reasonably. And at some point, they will become not priced reasonably. And that's when you decide, do I just want to take this massive profit on this position that I've been holding because now it doesn't have the same thesis? And sometimes that's the right decision to do. There's no shame in paying yourself a massive amount of money if you sat there for a stock to 5x. Now, in some cases, you're going to have the level of conviction where you say, yeah, the stock 5x, but I'm still not going to sell it. And I have a lot of stocks like that. Like Kratos 5x, still not going to sell it. Do I think it's overpriced? Probably, but I'm not selling it because the thesis hasn't even played out. They haven't even got the contracts I thought they were going to get. And they still can. So yeah, I'm not going to sell it here. Same thing with Nebius. Like my thesis was they would get the Microsoft deal. They got the Microsoft deal. Now I think they'll get more deals. Why would I sell it? So I think that way. And there's going to be names along the way that don't live up to the thesis and I end up selling them. But that's kind of my approach in a nutshell. So yeah, we'll see what ENS does, but I think it will do very well. And I think the stock will be probably significantly repriced.
Let me quickly look around. There isn't much going on in after hours, by the way. We're just getting a lot of companies announcing when they are going to be reporting earnings, but we don't necessarily need to go through too many of those. Uh, Palantir is going to be the third. And Hims, I know that's a popular one on here, is going to be November 3rd as well. There you go. Uh, cool. Ali, I did see you joined us up here.
Hi.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Doing
Rainy
well.
day in New York.
Yeah, it is a pretty bad, terrible day out. I actually flew in yesterday, so it was an interesting landing as well. It was one of the smaller planes too, but all good. I am here. So yeah, it's an interesting day.
Perfect.
I'm curious on what's going on in your world. I know you're looking, you know what? Let's not lead the question any further. I like to start that out there. What's going on in your world? Obviously, it's an interesting time.
Yeah, it is an interesting time. I was off for the last half of last week, and Friday was a bit of a surprise because it's been a minute since we had any type of massive sell off that had to do with a trade headline. And I remember on Friday checking my phone and looking at what stocks were doing, and I was kind of surprised to see such a stark reaction here. But then I started thinking about what I've been hearing from a lot of strategists, and that's the fact that we do have stretched valuations, we have stocks at record highs, and that the market maybe was due for some type of pullback, that some sort of small correction was inevitable given where we're at right now. And that was something that stuck out to me when I was reading a lot of the Wall Street commentary over the weekend, just how this buy the dip mentality is going to probably face its biggest recent test as a lot of this tariff unknowns and uncertainties meet earnings season. And it's not just with trade, you also have the government shutdown continuing into day 13 it is right now, so it's second full straight week. We have federal workers that have been laid off, and it seems like markets haven't really been too concerned about the ongoing government shutdown. Of course, there's going to be a point in time where if we don't see some sort of resolution, it will be more of a concerning factor, but that's definitely not in the
I
driver's
don't
seat.
know. I don't know if this is something we look at too much, but the betting markets, at least Kalshi, is predicting it's going to last more than 35 days, which would be the
Oh wow.
longest shutdown.
Yeah.
It's at 36.3 is what it's on here as the forecast, but this has just
Yeah.
continuously gone up.
And again, that October 15th deadline that's coming up, that's when these federal workers would have received that paycheck. That was always sort of looked at as this arbitrary timeline of, okay, once we get past that, now you're starting to see people's earnings be super affected. They're not receiving those paychecks. We know the BLS is calling folks in early to work on that inflation report. I mean, things have to get done. It's the end of the year. So if it is longer than 35 days, I do think you're going to start to see some of that reaction, because as we know historically, that's not the norm. It was the norm in the last Trump administration, but typically it does not last that long. So it's something I'm continuing to keep an eye on, even if it's not top of mind for markets right now. And then just,
Can I want to
yeah,
ask you on that. I want to. So it isn't top of mind for the markets right now. People aren't really looking at it much, and we
no,
talked about it maybe there. Do you think? Do
yeah,
you think? So the market doesn't care. Do you think it's going to end up biting them, or is your lean towards this is probably going to be solved? Listen, 36 days. My guess. I would take the under at this point. I think, but I mean, I guess we haven't heard any towards lean towards it. Do you think the market is right to not be really focused on this at all?
I think it depends on if we see a significant trickle through to the job market, right? I mean, we're already seeing signs of federal government workers not being in their positions any longer due to
Hey, I
DOGE
mean,
and
just don't give us the jobs data and fix it.
yeah, exactly. Like we haven't seen the jobs data, right? Like that's almost why I think we saw such a reaction on Friday because there's no other real headline to go off of for investors. And it just sort of felt to me like this was an excuse to book some profits, just to pull back a little bit because you're not gonna have a jobs data that disappoints because we're not receiving that. So it feels like we're in this ignorance is bliss period, so to speak, where we're not receiving any type of substantial news that could deliver any type of drawdown. So at this point, status quo. Let's just keep things honky dory for now. But if we do see that jobs report come in and we only add 20,000 jobs, and that might be a fundamental shift that more folks have been talking to me about is the fact that we do have less federal workers at a time and we also have a supply problem when it comes to the immigration crackdown, that we might just be in this new norm where we consistently see below
In
100,000 jobs added. And what's that digestion
in all
period like for market?
seriousness, what jobs data do we still get?
I
I'm
mean,
looking, there's a lot of asterisks next to this on this one trading calendar that I'm using MarketWatch. Looks like I know we didn't get initial jobless claims last week.
it's a lot of the private data, right? Like the Challenger
Yeah.
survey data, the sentiment data, it's those types of things. But it still is very limited in scope. And it's difficult for the Fed, especially who, has that interest rate decision in just a short couple of weeks. And they'll be speaking throughout the course of this week. Jerome Powell slated to talk tomorrow. It's difficult for the Fed to make decisions just based off some of those survey data as you sort of want everything in totality. And it'll be interesting with earnings season to fill in some of those gaps here because for me, I as a journalist and reporter, I like looking at things in totality, right? Not just the hard economic data, not just the survey data, but also the earnings reports, the commentary that we're receiving on earnings calls. Are CEOs talking more about layoffs? Are they talking more about having difficulty finding workers, or just straight up not hiring? We've been hearing consistently that we're in this low hire, low fire environment, and that's usually uh, reflected in a lot of these calls and the earnings results that we'll be seeing. So I think moving forward, if we continue not to receive that hard economic data, a lot of the attention is going to be placed on earnings. Not that that wasn't going to be the case already, right? We already knew the bar has been set high. Earnings season is always important, but it feels like now we're entering a period of time when it might be the only real piece of hard data, if you will, of numbers, of color that we'll be receiving around the health of businesses, that therefore can maybe give us a deeper understanding when it comes to what's happening with the economy. And then, another layer to that is just the AI story. And earlier today we got that news with OpenAI and Broadcom, and you just continue to see these big AI heavyweights funding each other's growth. What are the risks of that circular motion, the changing hands of money, uh, at a time when the market still remains very concentrated? And I think that's why you're hearing a lot more of the bubble talk. And I've heard from even some experts today that there's bubble talk within the bubble talk, and that we're dealing with a different type of environment where there's real earnings growth at this point. It's very different from the dot-com era level. But we still need to see some profits at some point. And the big question for me is how long investors can continue to be patient and wait this out. And again, this is a longer term story here. But if we see earnings year over year earnings growth that's not to the expectation of investors, how much of a ding are we going to see that on the stock prices of these major companies? And when you have a market that's really being lifted up by these AI heavyweights, even a little move, right? 3% move in Nvidia has a serious impact on the larger S&P 500 and those passive investors as well. So I think earnings season, it couldn't come at a more important time, because I think we need a little bit more data and color on the state of the economy at a time when, if the betting markets are right, we won't be getting that data for quite a bit of time.
Stock talk. I wonder if you have any thoughts. I know this guy you can come in and say it's not something how you trade, but you have opinions about everything. I've met you. You got any thoughts here on the government shutdown,
I
or
don't think it's
we're
important.
it's weird the job, but we're not getting any jobs data. Is there any point where it becomes important?
No.
Like the betting markets are starting to price in a pretty large shutdown.
I mean, it's never been an issue, so I can't imagine it being an issue. That has to be the take that I take. Like, I mean, I don't know. For the sake of entertainment, I could give you a long rant on like the history of government
No, we
shutdown.
don't need
But
rants.
yeah, I mean, if you want a real answer, that's the answer. Nothing is. It has never amounted to anything. So like, why would I be worried about it until it does, right?
What do you think of the lack of macro data we're getting at? Like, I'm not about like what it means, but just like, so a lot of the times macro data would sometimes just slap us down. They were really volatile parts of the market. It's just not there for this last couple weeks, which I find to be very interesting. Um, I don't know. I don't know necessarily what I'm asking here, but I find that to be a very intriguing part of this market, the lack of the macro data, which has been such a big part of what we've been doing for the last like 4 or 5 years. It's CPI day. We'll go in and talk about it,
I
which is
mean,
not
yeah,
happening.
we'll talk about it, but like, if I'm being honest, like, it has just. I don't think for the average investor it matters. There's a magnification of the importance of macro when we're in a decision point cycle. And what I mean by that is like when there is potential for rate volatility. So there's potential either for cuts or hikes. That's when there's a lot of attention on this stuff. But the average investor like shouldn't worry about it, to be frank. Like for the most part, like 99% of the people in the crowd would be better served by not worrying about it, to be really, really, really honest. And their portfolios would be better served by it. Like you should be worrying about the stocks you own more than anything. That's it. And if you own the S&P 500, you just don't even need to worry about anything. And as simply as I could put it. The macro is entertaining more than anything. We talk about it on these shows. CNBC talks about it. People come in to listen to it. I'm not saying there's people not on our show that don't want us to talk about macro. Of course there are. When we have these rate decisions, we get huge audiences on this show. And I'm not knocking people for wanting to hear about it. I sit here on these shows and talk about it for 20 minutes with everyone else. Like, I'm not running away from the conversation. What I am saying, though, is that I do fear that a lot of younger or newer investors think they have to put more weight on it than they actually do. Like, they think that it's some necessity to their process. I mean, there's people on Friday, right, that were posting, they're hitting their liquidate all buttons on IBKR, right? So, you know, there has to be, I think, a little bit of like emphasis on the lens. It's why I get into fights with a lot of guys up here. If people have listened to the show for years, this is why I get into a lot of arguments with people. I'm not gonna name any names. You guys who've been here for years know the people I've gotten into arguments with, because I do think framing matters. Because like, yeah, to the experienced investor, like, we don't even need to say things like, you know, be sure to manage your risk. But we still say those things because subconsciously we know that a lot of the people we're speaking to don't have experience. And I think in the same way that we make those statements like, hey guys, do your own research, or hey guys, like those statements we make about everything else, I think in a different way it applies to the sort of like, fear mongering is the word always that comes to mind, but sometimes that's too aggressive of a term. It's not always fear mongering. Sometimes it is like genuine analytical intention that comes across as fear mongering, but for the most part, it's just like, I guess a better way to put it is just noise. Like, for the people that espouse that noise regularly, and a lot of people do, I'm not sure they're aware the intention that has, or sorry, the impact that has on the investing behavior of younger investors. And I try to be cognizant of that because I think it matters. And I think, you know, a lot of people get drawn into, like, there are people in 23 that got drawn into the idea of like, oh, the COVID recovery happened too fast. Like, stocks are going to really go through a 10-year bear market now. You know, like, and we are like, you know, almost 3 years later, and the markets are much, much higher. And, you know, life-changing money has been made. And it's like, okay, it's not that you missed out and there's never going to be life-changing money made again in the market, but it's that, you know, a lot of people were scared out because they didn't know better, and they just heard people talking about stuff that they had no knowledge on, and they, you know, people sound convincing. I sound convincing to some people when I talk, and, you know, they're like, I don't want people to buy things that I'm talking about just because I sound convincing. You know, I want you to go understand what you're buying. And, you know, I don't think people think this way when they're talking about the macro. People think this way when they're talking about stocks. You know, everyone's like really walks on eggshells when they're talking about stocks to make sure, hey, I have a position, I want to disclose that, do your own research. But when we talk about macro, everyone's like willy-nilly, like, hey guys, maybe there'll be a commercial real estate collapse. You never know. Like, what do you think a new investor thinks when they hear that? And then the guy will say, well, dude, what? You don't want me to talk about risks? Like, that's such a shitty response to that. You know, of course you should talk about risks. Of course you should. If markets don't always go up all the time, of course there'll be crashes and corrections. But like, to use that as a justification for constantly speculating about like economic disaster, I think is a poor excuse. And I think people shouldn't listen to people that constantly speculate about economic disaster. Like, the perpetual pessimist should not be rewarded when the market's correct. Okay? They like to be. They like to say, like, look, the markets are down, so I was right. Like, but they're broken clocks, right? They say that every day until the market's correct, and most of the time, the part of that, they're underexposed. So don't let these people draw you away from your process. If you're a stock picker or you're a trader, like, don't let the macro, you know, change your view. On Friday, if you saw stuff breaking down technically and you sold it, that's okay. That's different. That's not you saying, oh, Trump's tweet, I'm selling this because of Trump's tweet. But on Friday, if because of Trump's tweet you hit liquidate all, that's not a objective decision. That's you just like, that you did that out of fear. Right? So I have to understand the distinction between that, because people do not put the same burden on themselves when they talk about macro than they do when they talk about individual stocks. And that's an important thing to recognize if you're consuming this stuff. You're in the public and you're consuming this stuff. You should recognize that. The people will talk willy-nilly about the macro and speculate on. I mean, the people talking about commercial real estate collapse at the end of 22, you know, at the lows of 22, they were talking about a commercial real estate collapse, and it's been 3 years, and maybe there is one coming. I don't know. The point of this is not to say these things will not culminate at some point. The point is that I don't know, and they don't know, and no one knows. And so if you operate under your portfolio under these weird theories or crystal ball things about the macro, you're going to just be a lost puppy. You're just going to be selling and buying stuff randomly, and it doesn't work like that. So yeah, just be careful of that, because there's a lot of that happening the last couple of weeks, and it always happens when the markets see a little red. So just remember that.
Ali, I wonder if you have any thoughts around that, and
Yeah, no, I thought that was really well said, and I do agree. And even with something like the inflation data that we'll be getting October 24th, a lot of folks have been looking at, the inflation break evens. What's the bond market telling us? Bond market's telling us that inflation is not going to be sustainably higher over the next 3 to 5 years over the long term. So yes, even though you will probably see headline inflation creep back up again, you're going to probably see headlines saying this is the highest headline inflation rate that we've seen since X. That is to be expected because tariffs are being described in this market as this one time price increase. And whether that be companies passing on prices to the consumer or absorbing those costs themselves. But over the long term, that doesn't seem to be what the bond market's telling us. It doesn't seem to be a big concern. Now, I have seen like different readers will comment on different stories I write, and they do express concerns over stagflation. But to Stock Talk's point, I mean, time will tell. Like, we're not necessarily seeing that play out yet. So, of course, like these things are always a concern. But in today's current market environment, we just aren't fully seeing that materialize. And investors clearly are looking past a lot of these maybe yellow flags within the economy or whether you talk about the housing market. And if you just looked at the housing market, just on its own in its own little bubble, you could probably say, oh, we're in a recession. Like you have 30-year-olds that can't buy a house, 60-year-olds that don't want to move because they're locked into these low mortgage rates. But you have to really look at things in aggregate, and we are still having healthy growth. We're not seeing mass layoffs. Stocks are at record highs. That doesn't mean that the economy is not disproportionate, and I do think we do have this bifurcated consumer. You do have the higher income consumer that's being boosted by, their stock prices going higher. And then you have those lower income consumers who let's be honest, they're not in the stock market and they are struggling a bit. You heard that last earnings season. I'm sure you're going to continue to hear that this earnings season. We have seen trade trading down. Dollar Tree talked about this, how folks making $100,000 or more are shopping at their stores. So you are seeing signs that, okay, what does this mean over the next year or two? But in the current moment, that's just not a panic sign for markets right now. And that's why you continue to see stocks at record highs. I mean, it's also interesting to see gold, silver now at record highs at the same time that we have equities enjoying this run up. That's unusual. It's a dislocation that you don't necessarily see. But there's various points of that too. Gold is a global safe haven asset. It's not just about the US, it's a global asset in many in every sense of the word. And you have different central bank leaders across the board buying up gold. You have inflation in Japan that's expected maybe to edge up a little bit. So there's all these different factors that are happening at the same time. So I agree, making sure that you're doing your due diligence, your research, and not panicking over one particular headline and really looking at things in totality.
Yep, and there are definitely a lot of yellow flags, and I think people should definitely be cognizant of those. Just be careful not to, micromanage your portfolios
Hmm.
around them, and try to be overactive in anticipation of them. I think that's the mistake that a lot of people have made in this market, because there have been a lot of shakeout moments in this market, even in last year's. There were a lot of moments where people felt, oh, this rally might be over. Maybe it's a deep seek moment. Maybe it was the Liberation Day moment. There were some sell-offs last year that were pretty brutal on a single stock basis. So the people that have really super performed, I think, in the last 3 to 5 years have held through those moments, right, and have been rewarded for it by the market. And to the point of froth and like everyone's in and everyone's making money, I think it's important to remind people what happens on days like Friday after hours and how many liquidations happen for the people that are really levered to the tilt and margin to the tilt. A lot of people just lost everything on Friday in a matter of hours, especially in crypto and places where you can lever up 100x or 150x. People got destroyed. So you have to ask yourself, okay, if I am going to be someone that can sit through those moments by virtue of being properly managed with my exposure at all times, then you'll probably do pretty good in the markets, because there's always going to be those moments. There's always going to be sell-offs of some kind related to something at all times, forever, for eternity. There'll never be a market that just like goes up in perpetuity forever with no pullback. So once you recognize that and you're like, all right, there's always going to be something to worry about. There's always going to be something to sell for. There's always going to be a reason to sell. Then you kind of hit this point of serenity, and you're like, all right, just own the things I want to own for however long I want to own them. Take profits when I'm up a life-changing amount, and that's pretty much as simple as it
Yeah,
gets.
and knowing your risk tolerance, right? I think really
Yes,
exactly
definitely.
to
Yeah.
that. Um, and that all depends on like where you're at in your life, what you're going through, your age, all these things. So just knowing that, I think, is half the battle.
Yeah, if you're like an 18-year-old kid who's taking out like 500K in margin on Robinhood, like you probably shouldn't be doing that.
Right.
So, if you have, and there are kids doing that. So, if you're one of those kids, be careful, because you can lose a lot more than you have doing stuff like that. And, it ruins people's lives. So, yes, the markets are fun and they can be rewarding, but they are also dangerous if you're irresponsible. But if you really just do your research, like this kind of sounds like silly, but if you just are logical and act like, a responsible person with your money, you probably do pretty good in the markets.
Mm-hmm.
And if you have a little bit of a stomach and you can hold through pullbacks, sometimes you need a lot of a stomach. On like moments like COVID, for people who were long in that market, that took kind of just turning off your brokerage for a few days and letting stocks recover. But there's gonna be moments like that in the market where you're like, holy shit. Like an individual stock, like multiple individual stocks I have are down 30%. Like for those who have never sat through a crash, um, like with long exposure, it's not fun, but you have to grow the like discipline for that and the ability to endure that, or you like won't make it. Because otherwise, in those moments, you'll just hit the sell all button, and can't do that. There's moments. I mean, maybe for traders, there's moments if you're over levered to the tilt, but I mean, you shouldn't be in that position to have to do that ever. If you're ever in the position where you have to hit liquidate all,
Can I ask a question?
you did something.
Net
Yeah.
net, do you think having a liquidate all button is a good thing? That seems, I don't
No.
know.
I mean, there are moments where people have to do it. There are moments where people with like, there have been moments in crashes with people with like $10 million accounts. Their accounts get down to like, if they're playing with leverage, get down to like less than $1 million. Like, could you imagine that?
Yeah, if you're, I guess if you're
So
margin, but if you hit that button, you are getting screwed so many different ways on the
yeah,
fills.
it's such a bad button. Yeah, no, I'm not saying it's a good button. Like, I don't think anyone should ever hit it. I've seen horror screenshots of people who have hit the liquidate all button before, and it's like, horrific, like horrific stuff. They'll half close your contracts, close shares, like various costs randomly, it's like a nightmare. So don't hit that button if you have IBKR. But yeah, you should never be in a position to do that. You should like wake up in 15 years and have a bunch of stocks that you've owned for a long time and have traded along the way and made some money. Like trading is good. I trade. I'm not like discouraging trading. You find an opportunity that you can trade and sell for profit. That's solid. But not everything is for trading. Some stocks you want to own.
There also kind of comes to the point now on some of these ones of when do you just take the profit? Kratos, I did. LEU, I still haven't, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely, there's nothing wrong with taking profits, dudes. Like, there's so many stocks that are up like 300-400% year to date, let alone like in, multiple years. So yeah, there's no shame in taking a little profits on stuff. Like I even mentioned earlier, like I sold a little bit of UUU today. Like it's been a crazy
Why'd you
run
sell
for that thing. Like,
UU and not LEU?
LEU is my core position in that basket. I mean, I think LEU could go to a much higher valuation.
What were you going to say there before you stopped yourself because you didn't want to be too parabolic?
I mean, look at the monthly chart. I mean, I'm not going to say a number, but you look at the monthly chart. It's like one of the craziest monthly charts in the whole market. Same thing with UU has a pretty crazy, but the LEUs is even crazier. Every LEU uses a 25-year base on the highest volume ever. Like, or close to. I think there was one candle like way back when that was higher, but I mean, for 25 years, it's, I don't know. I don't sell stocks that are on that kind of like breakout. Like, it's above the last time the price was this high was 2000. And I mean, it's above all the price from the base. I mean, it was prior to 2011. And then at that time, the stock was $2,000. So anyway, I'm not saying it's going to $2,000. I'm just saying, you can look at the monthly chart and whatever you want to. But I own the stock at 96. It's $400. So, I'm not buying more here either. I'm just not selling it. Yeah.
Nice.
Anyway, I have 18 positions, so
What do you max out at?
I don't
20?
like.
18 feels like a lot for you.
It's a
You're
lot.
missing
Yeah,
10 to
I
15,
already
right?
feel like I have too many. But there's just so many. Yeah, I'm generally maxed around 15. I just feel like there's so many themes I like, and like I don't know. I don't like. There's still stuff that I don't own that I want to own. So
Why don't you move on from one or two of the
I
ones
guess
that you
that's a
have in
good.
there? That is there anything like that? Why
Huh?
don't you move on from one or two of the older names that you're up a bunch on?
I just love everything. Like this new power grid basket with preformed line and
Come
inertia. Like
on.
the more I read about it,
You
I'm
as
like, dude, I
exciting
even
about the
own
sports
enough.
betting theme as you are some of these others?
No, I'm done with the sports betting theme. I sold all those stocks. Genie too.
Interesting. So you're out of genius.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I need to see what the results of this prediction market thing are first. I don't really understand what the impact's going to be
My question would be,
on markets.
do the prediction markets use the same data or not?
Yeah, that's the problem. I did like weeks of research to try to figure this out. There is no answers. Like I found the weirdest information about them using like real life scouts. I was like, there's no way that works at scale. There's no fucking way. You're telling me that like a guy at an NHL game is like texting them like, yeah, goal. Like no way. So like that's not. There's no way that that's what they're using. But I couldn't find any evidence of them using the master feed. So I was just confused, and so I sold all those stocks. I don't. When I'm confused, like guys, this is how it works for me. I am a high conviction guy. Every theme in my basket is highly studied. If something happens, in this case the prediction markets, that makes me rethink the thesis and I can't have conviction, I have to get out. There's nothing else matters. Like the conviction is the most important thing to me because then I can't hold this stuff during drawdowns. If I can't hold it during a drawdown, I just probably don't want to own it. And so yeah, that's how I think about stocks. So yeah, I'm all out of the sports betting theme. The only themes I can tell you all the baskets I have right now. Hold on. I have the semi-supply basket, which I've talked to you guys about with Amcor and P-Lab. I have this new power grid basket with PLPC and then today's position ENS. And then I have like the nuclear names, but those are super extended. Obviously, I'm not buying any more of those here, but I have Centrus and Energy Fuels. That's also cross applies to rare earth because Energy Fuels is the only heavy rare earth separator in the country. And then Materion also cross applies to that basket, MTRN. That stock has run. I mean, it's up like 30-ish% from our entry, but I think it's still very reasonably priced. And they're the only integrated beryllium producer in the Western Hemisphere. So they are also uniquely positioned. And then I have GXO in the automated warehousing basket. That's one of the newer ones too. I like that name. I think it's really cheap. I think it's a pretty prime acquisition candidate for one of the logistics players. So I remain that one. I wouldn't be surprised to see a buyout on that name. And then I have Cody, which is also in the rare earth basket. That's sort of a special situation. I tweeted about this one yesterday, but I'll explain it briefly here for people who are confused. So basically, Cody, ticker CODI, is a diversified holding company. They own like 9 subsidiaries, and the subsidiaries have nothing to do with each other. They're not like related. They're not like related companies. They're all just companies that they acquired along the way. Anyway, one of their companies, a diamond wholesaler, had some sort of accounting fraud issue. And so the SEC started investigating this subsidiary of theirs, and the whole company, the holding company, the stock fell from like 25 to 6. It was sitting down there for months. And so me and Mystic were like talking about it, and he was like, "Oh, I was like looking if there was any other value in any of the other subsidiaries." And one of the subsidiaries is Arnold Magnetic, which is the only integrated producer of heavy rare earth magnets in the whole country, ironically. And so we got along the stock last week, and it's done nicely since. It cooled off a little bit today. I think it closed today only up 1.5%, but it was up like 30% into the end of last week. From like 650 to 850. So it's made a nice move so far, but I think there's potentially maybe more re-rating there. They have a earnings coming up on, I think, the 24th, where they're going to restate the financials for the business unit of theirs that's under investigation. Now, obviously, there's a lot of risk. If they restate something bad, the stock could go down a lot, but it's sort of one of those asymmetric special situations scenarios where they have a subsidiary that's worth a lot in the current rare earth environment, but then they also have a problem subsidiary. And so you got to figure out where the valuation sits in between those two. I think it should be trading higher. Like, I think Arnold, the rare earth subsidiary, in my view, is probably worth $1 billion on
Are
its
you in
own.
Navitas,
If you
by the
put,
way? Is
huh?
Navitas one of your names?
No, I think that's one of Shai's
Oh, okay,
names.
gotcha.
But I know I don't own that. My semi-supply names are Amcor and Photronics, AMKR and PLAB. But yeah, that's the Cody story. It's one of these like special situations where, if you think Arnold Magnetic is worth more than the valuation implies, then it's a long. And if you don't, then, you don't. But I think the market has had time to digest the impact, right? The stock fell from 25 to 6 already, right? Like, we didn't own it before that. We looked at it after and said, okay, the stock got killed because that one of the subsidiaries had fraud. That makes sense. But like, how much should it have been killed? What are the value of the rest of the subsidiaries? That's the sort of analysis that we tried to do on this one. So I think it's interesting. It's not really my typical type of play. Usually I'm looking for like theme opportunities and stuff, but this is a theme opportunity. It's just a unique one and sort of a different one. So that's another one we have. I have all these sort of plays in my portfolio that people don't talk about: PLPC, ENS, AMKR, PLAB. Like, these aren't stocks that are popular, but it's by design. I that's what I want to own, and I think all of these are theme exposed. So, yeah, I'm pretty happy with my portfolio. That's the reason why I have 18 positions, because I like everything right now, and I don't really want to sell anything. I may become a forced seller on some of these on a market downturn, but on my core stuff, like, I'm not touching it, so it doesn't really matter. Amcor is extremely high conviction, so on a market downturn, I wouldn't sell that anyway. Like, even when it was going down on Friday, I was just like posted in my journal. I was like, I don't care how much this goes down. I'm not going to sell it. I think that stock's still mispriced. I mean, it's up 30% from where we bought it, but I still think it's mispriced. So, yeah, I just know my industries and know my stocks pretty well, and I have high conviction, and that's kind of the way I'm rolling, and I've always rolled. And right now in this market, it works well, because like in this market, this is a stock pickers market where you're getting rewarded for thematically relevant stock picking. And if you want your portfolio to stand up in the volatility, you have to be nimble. If you're an active trader or investor, not even a trader, you have to recognize when new investing opportunities are brewing. A lot of times, the time to invest is not when you start liking the thing, right? Like, I've been interested in investing in the grid for a long time, but ask the investors who buy stocks and sit in them flat for 5 years. I'm not in the business of doing that. I buy stocks in industries that I like when I think they're about to inflect. And the last part of that is the most important. I enter them when I think they're about to inflect. 5 years ago, I wanted to invest in the US power grid. The stocks didn't do much. Now I think they're going to do a lot. And they've done decently this year. A lot of them have in relation to the AI theme. And there's, I think, others that have been neglected. PLPC, I think, is one of them. And I think today's position, ENS, is another one of them. And so when I find neglected stocks in a thematic that I think is about to inflect, that are capable of repricing, then, I swing the bat. And I think semi-supply chain, US semi-supply chain, and the grid are two of those themes. Warehouse automation, I think, is the other theme, but I haven't found my second stock in that basket to pair with GXO yet. So there's like 4 names I'm looking at still. Well, 4. But yeah, we'll see. I'll probably open that in the next couple weeks. And I don't really care. Market's up, down, sideways. I'm still going to open that position probably. Just going to wait for price action to settle. So not really worried about like the ebbs and flows of things. I don't care too much about my positions on a day-to-day to week basis. Unless there's some significant breakdowns happening, which does happen sometimes, then I'm forced to cut something. That's okay. But unless that's happening, I generally don't look at my positions on a day-to-day, week-to-week basis. I'm thinking about them on a cyclical basis, over the course of multiple quarters or over the course of multiple years. And sometimes I think about a stock that has a thesis for multiple years, but I end up only holding it for 2 months because it reprices way in advance of when I thought it was, right? So there's a too much, too fast effect where the stock goes from trading at a 10p to a 20p in a month. I'm probably going to sell some. If that effect happens over the course of 5 months, that's a little bit more healthy, and maybe I'll be more gradual or less aggressive with my selling in that kind of scenario. So it's always case by case, but there's no hard rules for these things. You just need to understand what you own well. By the way, Evan, did you see the new Show Me and Emmett started?
I did. You guys talked through Amcor and PLAB on the first one, right? And then I saw.
We did. We're going to cover the grid basket this week.
What do we got in that? What time are you doing it again?
The 2 stocks I just talked about, ENS and PLPC.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Oh, so we get it first?
Yeah.
I will say it's a great show.
Yeah,
So you guys said what was like 1 p.m. on Thursday?
Yeah, when's the next episode?
Yeah, Wednesday. It'll be on Wednesdays.
What time?
Wednesdays. It's 30 minutes, so it's super chill. It's 30 minutes.
Stock talk.
Bam,
Can
bam.
you get your thoughts across in just
Yeah,
30 minutes?
wait a second.
What are we talking about
Yeah,
here?
yeah, it's quick. I know.
No, it's fun.
It was
Yeah,
interesting.
I went back and listened to a little bit of it, but transparently, I've heard it. So,
It's
but everyone down
interesting.
below, you should go and join. And honestly, Amit, if you guys don't know and don't listen to him, he's awesome. So this is a pretty great combo here.
It's interesting what
Sorry,
Stock Talk was saying there. The pushback I've seen from like the grid people are like, why now? But I think you handled that question pretty nicely there. You think there's an inflection point because that's what most people are saying. Well, the grid hasn't done anything in forever. That was kind of the main like I don't want to say like criticism, but just like the little like pushback of like it was kind of like the people that were skeptical of China getting a breakout after sitting in a bear market for 3 years.
All the conditions are aligned for it to happen. There's national incentive for it to happen. There's the data center thematic, which needs it to happen. There's a renewed focus on nuclear. There's a renewed focus on energy storage systems, battery storage systems. There's a renewed focus on electrification, broadly speaking. Every new warehouse that's being built anywhere in the world is being set up to be properly electrified. That's a tailwind for all of these equipment providers, right? Even without the government tailwind, there's so much private sector tailwind. And so you can track the enthusiasm brewing on the street very easily on these things by just looking at estimates. And if you look at the street's estimates, their projections for their EEI projections for total global grid investment and US grid investment, if you separate it into just the US portion, US investor owned electric utilities, right? You look at their investment from 2015 to 2024, the total investment was 1.3 trillion. Okay, that's a period of 10 calendar years. Okay, over the next 4 years, they're projecting an additional 1 trillion investment. So nearly double the pace of grid investment. When you buy no nonsense pure play exposures, PLPC is a direct grid equipment provider. 75% of their business comes from building new lines. The name of the company, PLPC, is called Preformed Line. It's like literally like telling you exactly what they do. Okay, and so they have direct relevance to data center expansion, direct relevance to electrification, grid renewal, grid restoral. They just sell the equipment. And they're a unique operator in the US because their products are much better than the typical old gen products. They're plug and play sort of products where they provide the entire grid and line infrastructure, every substation, every new line that's drawn and deployed, every single one requires PLPC infrastructure, right? And the stock has an effective float of 2.5 million, with 90% of the float held by either the company's insiders or institutions, and they won't sell. PLPC on Friday was down 0.7% at the close. 0.7%. Why? Because the float is too tightly held and the stock is too cheap and it's too relevant to an inflecting theme. That's why. There was no sellers available. There aren't enough shares. And so PLPC, I'm very bullish on, and it's almost what, a 9% weight, little over 9% waiting for me now. But this one today, I'm also very bullish on because they have they hit all the things. Bren-Tronics, which they bought in July 2024, they make defense grade lithium battery packs. If you read the Wall Street Journal article that came out 2 weeks ago that said China's new weapon is batteries, in that article, they said they will ban battery packs for defense grade use. Bren-Tronics, their subsidiary, literally does exactly that. And the stock is trading at 1x sales. 1x. And it's profitable. It's not an unprofitable company trading at 1x sales. It's a profitable, growing company trading at 1x sales. And a 10 PE. 10. A 10 PE in this market. Like, what are we talking about? The stock is a triple. Should be trading at a 25 to 30 PE. Same thing with P-Lab. Same thing with Amcor. Same thing with PLPC. These should be trading at 25 to 30 PEs, and they're trading at 10 to 15 PEs. That's multiple expansion waiting to happen. So this is how you make money in the markets. You see these things coming before they come. And trust me, it'll take some few weeks, a few months. When I presented Amcor, there was red for 3 days. Guess what happened in the 2 weeks after? It went up 30%. It's not a meme stock. It's a $6 billion US semiconductor supply chain stock. Went up 30%. People were tagging me the day after I shared Amcor saying stock is down 3%. It ripped face 30% in 2 weeks after that. So maybe you need more patience in a couple of days for my ideas to pan out, but I'm consistently ahead of these things because I really, really do the research. Like I know I've learned more about the grid in the last month than I have in my entire life. But that's what it takes to find these stocks before other people find them. Search these tickers, search ENS, search PLPC. No one talks about them. No one has talked about them. It's just a bunch of bots tagging the ticker because I tweeted about them and I'm a big account. But if you ignore all the bots, there's nobody. That's what you want. That's what you want. Because you're there before the multiple expansion.
You don't want Eric Jackson on there with you?
No, and you don't want to buy the stocks that are already at 150 times sales. You don't want to buy those names. You know, yeah, you can make money buying those names. When the market crash comes, you will regret owning them. I promise you, you will regret owning
Yeah,
them.
we got like five
When the
minutes
market crash.
here till the top of the hour. We do have a hard cutoff. But stock talk. I get asked about these nuclear stocks all the time that are, way, 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 way up. I mean, is that just the basic answer that you give as well? Is like there's nothing to do here?
I think there are some that have valuation floors, and I think there are others that don't.
But we're way above
I
those
think
floors, aren't we?
yes, we are. We are. Even on my biggest position in my portfolio, which is Centrus Energy, it's 4x since I bought it in May. Of course, I think it's too high to buy. I haven't bought any more. I think it could absolutely correct, but I also think it could go higher, much higher. So I still own it. So you have to be comfortable with that risk. It's easier though to be comfortable with that risk owning it at 96 than it is owning it at 280, right? And that's the difference. Is like, this is why I emphasize doing your work early before the crowd finds the stock, so you have a cost basis advantage. So that when the stock has 2 or 3 or 4x, then you're like, haha, I don't have to worry about shit. I could take a little profit. It could come down 50%. Kratos could come down 50%. I'd still be in the money. Robinhood could come down 50%. I'd still be in the money. Nebius could come down 50%, 60%, 70%. I'd still be in the money. Like, that is the beauty of owning these names early. It doesn't matter. The market could absolutely puke, and I would still be in the money on all these names and all these contracts. Like my Kratos 2027 leaps are up like 2,600%. The market could crash, they'll still be green. I won't even be able to get the premium at what I got it for. Like, so this is how you make it. You make it by being invincible to volatility. That's the name of the game. The more invincible you are to volatility, the more aggressive you will be, the more confident you'll be, the less like panicked you'll be. We did this show, I don't know, a couple thousand people tuned in with Emp and Logical and Evan and Gov on Friday in the market crash, and I don't think a single person on there was panicking. We were all like
Hit
laughing and telling
22,000,
jokes.
by the way. It was a good show.
Wow, okay, that's great. But I don't even think anybody on there was like crying or panicking or worried. Like I was cracking jokes. Logical was laughing. Me was like pulling up the charts for us. We were making jokes with each other. Like no one there was like, holy shit, like grabbing their phone, shaking, like, what do I have to sell or buy? Like the knife was happening literally while we were talking. And we were just like, oh, where's the rebound? Oh, a little bit of a bump here. Like, if you want to be like that when markets are in these big moments, then you have to be positioned well. You have to be comfortable with what your portfolio looks like. If you can't scroll through your portfolio every day and be like, yeah, I like everything I own, I'm comfortable with it, I'm chill where I own it. My back's not up against the wall. The thing with a lot of you is your back is constantly up against the wall. The big debate me and Jag had, and Jag's a very smart guy, I'm not knocking him, but we had this debate about rolling contracts. One of my points is that when you constantly roll contracts, your back is against the wall. And when the markets turn, you're going to be red on 11 positions at once. That affects you psychologically. Yeah, maybe it doesn't matter in the net profit scape of things, right? Like maybe the net impact to your profit would have been the same had you been holding an in the money contract or a rolled out one. But the impact to your psychology will not be the same. Staring at a screen of red on a day like that. Like on Friday, all of my positions are so deep in the money that on Friday, even with that knife, nothing was red for me. I think one of my P-Lab contracts, like my December calls, I think they went like minus 8% at the lows. That was the worst. It's the only thing in my portfolio that was red because I own everything so much lower. Do you see like how that makes a difference? And that's why on Friday I was like, I don't give a shit. Bring it down another 5%, whatever. There's some stuff I want to buy, you know? So try to be like that. And for you new traders, you won't be there yet, and that's mostly because of lack of experience. And the lack of experience means you don't really know what you're doing yet. You don't really know what you own. You know, even today, like when I alerted my new position in Discord, there were some people that just like went and bought it, and that kind of irritates me because I was like, guys, read the DD first. You know, I shared a bunch of DD, right? So I'm like,
There's
read the DD
no way
first,
they
guys. Like,
read
I
through
don't.
that. If you if you look at the volume on the chart, nobody read that.
Yeah, and you were.
I just looked at the chart. I just saw volume flying in the
You
next
just
two 1-minute candles. You guys didn't read anything.
Yeah, I know. And I'm like, dude, guys, come on, fucking read it, please. Like, I hate that because I don't want to be I don't share my ideas to try to pump them. I share my ideas because I think they're good ideas. That's why I share them. Like, I think they're good ideas that are mispriced that could see real re-rating. You know, I don't want like the 1-day move is not what I'm looking for on any of my stocks. You know, when I bought LEU at 96, we're looking for the 1-day move. The next day it was up 20%, by the way, when we bought it. I still didn't sell. And a lot of people were like, oh, nice trade. And I'm like, no. You don't get it. This is the start of the repricing. Wait, now it's 400. Right? So if you understand the purpose of my ideas, you'll be able to follow them better. I am a high conviction, like well-researched stock picker. I'm not talking about 500 stocks a year. So when I do talk about stocks, I've done the work. That's the first point. And I also am putting my money where my mouth is, you know? But there's a reason why people have such enthusiasm about my ideas is because they work a lot, because I do the work, not because I borrow them from people. Like, you know, I don't go through my feed during the day. I have friends on Twitter. I go through to do the, you know, what do you call it? The housekeeping. You know, I go through to comment and, you know, be nice to friends and, you know, comment some GIFs, but I do not look for ideas on Twitter ever. The only person I even talk to ideas about are two guys, Yonezu and Mystic. That's it. And I discuss research with them. That's it.
But I don't ever borrow conviction or see somebody talk about a ticker and go, nice chart, and buy it. That has never, ever happened for me in years. I just do my own work in my own little cocoon, my own process. And that's why I find these stocks that no one is talking about. That is why. I don't use a scanner. I haven't used a scanner in years. People with scanners, they're all finding the same names, right? Because they're all generally clicking the same thing: above 9 and 21 EMA, high momentum, liquid, and this liquid, this much ATR, and they're all finding the same names. That's cool. And traders do very well doing that. If you make money, never let me dissuade you from what you're doing. Okay. But you have to have a operational way to manage your portfolio. And I know you have a hard cutoff, so we'll continue this conversation tomorrow.
I appreciate you all. Make sure you're following the speakers. Shout out Stock Talk. Shout out Scott and Nally and everyone else who was hanging out with us earlier. If you enjoy these type of spaces, make sure you're following the host. On the Wolf Financial account, they're gonna have a stock picks for the week spaces coming up here any second. So if you want some more content, you can go there. And we will catch you in a second. I will go for BMNU and give me I'll text you the second one, but I want BMNU. Don't let anyone take that. Have a great one, team. Follow speakers. Catch you all later. Give me AAPB as my second one, Emp. It's 2x long apple.
You're gonna text me
God bless
this.
America.
I'm watching Navitas rip here. All right.
moving average. And that's a great market to trade in. You want to be long in acceleration markets, but acceleration markets don't tend to correct with just sideways action. They tend to be pretty vicious to the downside. And I don't really think like 100% of the move down on Friday was because of Trump's tweet. I think it was really like the market was looking for some reason to kind of deleverage a little bit, de-risk. And when we got that news, people took their profits. But I also don't think that this is just like a 1 day down and then we get everything's perfect. So we gap up and go right back to all-time highs. That may happen. But what I'm noticing here is when we had that, like, when you go from an accelerated move up and then you have your first like major distribution day, I just keep going back to the 2020 comparison. Back in September of 2020, when we had like our first part of the correction, where we had a huge accelerated move up, and then we gapped down. We didn't get the type of strength the second day, but we didn't just rally right back to all-time highs. We had to basically chop for a month and a half, 2 months before the kind of sustained move higher into February, where like growth stocks eventually topped, and then the rest of the market went higher, but growth stocks really topped February of 2021. And I think like today's action was great, but it is starting to feel like a more narrow kind of rally, where if you take a look at like Amazon, it was an okay move today, but it's still under all the moving averages except for the 200-day. If you look at Meta, it's had some major distribution. Apple wasn't super strong today. A lot of the strength today came from really like risk on type names. So your metal and mining stocks, your nuclear stocks, what was the other theme? Quantum stocks. And all of these, they're not coming out of like early stage bases. These are very like later stage moves. And especially like in the quantum space, these names are going parabolic at this point. And that's not usually a sign where, okay, once all these speculative names go parabolic, now we'll have a nice cleanup trend with liquid leaders. No, that's usually like the end of like an intermediate push higher and then a start of a correction. So while I still think like you could play the long side or the short side at this point, I think a lot of the money to be made like going forward is going to be on the short side, kind of shorting some of these parabolic moves. And I'm pretty excited for that because that's some of the things that I do better on the short side versus like the long side coming out of these moves. But the main thing is if you're going to do that, you have to be very patient. You have to stay on the side of the daily VWAP. So like RGTI, for example, today, like you said, okay, it's gapping up, but it's not making new highs. It lost the daily VWAP for like 3 minutes and then it reclaimed it. If you were short at that point, you have to cover, because in this type of market with that type of stock, you can get enormous moves to the upside as the shorts get like completely squeezed out. So the game plan for me, like this next week, is just to pick my spots in these like overextended names, find some short positioning, and then if I get traction on that positioning, start to press. Because once these like really start to crack, I think there's going to be enormous moves to the downside.
Appreciate those thoughts, Nick. Great. I'm glad we have audio for you as well. Pretty interesting. It's funny. I just like trading the short side of things whenever it calls for it. I think you articulated that very nicely there, Nick. We'll come back around and get your two picks here shortly. I want to go over to Mr. Real Pristine Capital. Andrew, what are you seeing out there in the market? What's your take?
Yeah, what's going on, guys? Yeah, Nick made a bunch of really good points. To add on to that, what I'm seeing is the market had a huge bounce today, but there's still a lot of groups now that are trading below their key moving averages, and all the headline indices are trading below their 20-day simple moving averages. And that is important because leading into Friday's sell off, I'm sure we were all seeing those statistics floating around, like Zero Hedge puts them out, the Marketeer puts them out, and it was showing that retail call activity was hitting like unprecedented highs. And then also within the systematic investing community, like trend followers, CTAs, those kinds of guys, the vol targeting funds, those strategies were all pretty long as well. So I think as long as the S&P 500, just to keep it simple, as long as it's below the 20-day simple moving average, there could be some players that still have to puke up their positions. So it is awesome that the market bounced today. That's fantastic. But aside from some groups related to the trade war, like the energy group, minerals, stuff like that, that's directly related, I don't really see many stocks out there that have reclaimed their Thursday highs. So I think for any stock out there, until it reclaims its Thursday high, we really have to just believe this could be, a situation where the market put in an intermediate term top, or at least a lot of these stocks in the market have. And the other thing that we have to consider is when it comes to this trade war, the summit between Xi Jinping and Trump is supposed to happen at the very end of October, early part of November. So we pretty much have 2 weeks of dead space where Xi Jinping can put out a nasty headline, Trump can put out a nasty headline, they can put out good headlines, they can make up. There's all this negotiation that could happen over the next 2 weeks. And I know for myself as a retail trader, I don't have any edge on those conversations. I'm not in those rooms. I don't have anyone on the inside on that front. So I know in this situation, I don't really have much of an edge. So a lot of the groups that are doing the best, like the MPs and a lot of those companies, depending on how the trade war goes, like if things get better, those stocks could end up dumping the hardest because they're really just rallying on this geopolitical conflict. So I think this is actually just a much tougher market over the past, let's call it 5 months. I would call that like a very easy money environment where it was just, hey, everything's going up in tandem. It's all good. Now we're in a geopolitical tape where we know that there are some buyers that are actually underwater on their positions now. So I do think you have to see how this develops. And for me, it's too early to just be like, oh, the dip was bought. Like it's all good. Now we just keep going, business as usual. I think we really have to consider that maybe things changed a little bit. It might take us a few weeks. And I think what could end up happening is that meeting between Trump and Xi Jinping, that's a very important pivot for the market. If that results in like a clean resolution and things get better, that could really set up a nice slingshot higher as we go into Thanksgiving and as we start to hit Christmas. But then on the other hand, if those talks kind of fall apart, then we could really find ourselves in a bigger market correction. So tougher environment. And then as it pertains to the cannabis space, which I've been following and invested in, things are definitely progressing. So there was a headline that came out on Friday that Target is actually piloting doing hemp derived THC beverages. And their first location, they're doing it in Minnesota, and they want to see how the category does. In my opinion, the category is just going to be a smashing success because I believe it's just a superior product to alcohol in terms of like the health benefits and health drawdowns that don't really exist. So to me, getting into Target, that's like a quantum leap forward. Because once you're in Target and you have that mass adoption, to me, the toothpaste is out of the tube. And once the toothpaste is out of the tube, it is tough to put it back in. So we have that going on. Then we had Steve Eisman from The Big Short, famous investor. Now he has a YouTube channel. He came out and said that he's bullish on these cannabis stocks too. So it's not just the crazies like me anymore. Now we're getting some, like some bigger names that are actually saying, "Hey, this group looks good." And other people are noticing that, like everyone can notice the president of the United States put out that video on the endocannabinoid system and the benefits of CBD and THC. So it's kind of just like, are your eyes and ears open or what? Like there's something that is going on there. So yeah, those are going to be my two picks for the week. The first one is going to be the MSOS. And then the other one is going to be RYM. RYM, one of their brands, Senorita, is actually going to be one of the brands that Target introduced. So that news has a direct correlation to their top line revenue. And I think we're going to see, over the next year or two, like, oh my gosh, the top line revenue is going up. And it's because their drinks are now in Target. So yeah, those are gonna be my two picks for the week. I'm gonna go with the MSOS, and then I'm gonna go with RYM.
MSOS and RYM from Andrew over at Roberson Capital. Andrew, is there a set meeting date that we're aware of, or is it tentative still? And I remember seeing something about over in South Korea, but I just didn't know if there was a set date on that.
Yeah, the dates I've been seeing are the last day of October, first day of November. So literally like right at month end, that's when this is all gonna come to a head.
Oh boy, it'll be a interesting Halloween this year. That's also a Friday into a Saturday, so gotta love Friday news like we had this past Friday. That'll be very interesting. Thanks for putting that on our radar there, Andrew. Vegas, let's go over to you next and get your market sentiment thoughts, please.
All right. Well, hello everyone. I'm back, and I should have stuck with my same winning pick last week. I changed it up, but it was a good run. I disagree with Ben's comments, by the way, that he says that Rigetti does not have fundamentals. It does, and I'll talk about that later. But with regards to today's market, my thoughts on that is that nice recovery. I mean, the drama on Friday was just that. I thought it was just drama. And someone mentioned earlier, I forget who it was, with regards to a reason to pull back the market. And that was a good reason to take advantage of the pullbacks. I think the markets rebounded really strongly, recovering more than half of the sharp sell off from Friday. And I think that the rally was also spurred by the president's softening his rhetoric on China over the weekend, which kind of reduced the fears of an immediate escalation in the trade war, which was triggered obviously by his tariff threat on Friday with the Chinese imports, and then China's retaliatory port fees, and obviously the rare export controls. So I think that was a good response. And I think that they will work it out. They always seem to have a little bit of a tiff, and then they work it out, like two little kids fighting, and then they work things out. So I think there was a lot of key market drivers today. Obviously, the U.S.-China trade tensions, the AI and chip stocks. I mean, Avago did announce a supply deal with OpenAI, which did boost the chip stocks, and did help contribute today to the Nasdaq's performance. We also saw a lot of Greenland-focused stocks amidst the rare earth restrictions. A lot of companies really prospecting in the Greenland benefit. So we saw a lot of good stocks like CRML, ARQ, that was doing really well. So that was doing really strong too. And also JP Morgan, they have a $10 billion investment in critical industries like the mining, like the energy. And so that also did push a lot of stocks. And Bloom Energy was one of the ones that was going really strong too. And we saw gold prices held above 4,000 per ounce, signaling, some strength there. And oil was kind of range bound too, like around 58, 86 a barrel. So I thought that it was really nice to see the VIX did ease slightly a little bit. It did spike to 2166 Friday, reflecting some reduced trade war fears. So that I thought was a good sign. I don't think anyone really cares too much of the government shutdown. Really delayed key economic data. The typical CPI, retail sales. A little uncertainty with the Fed's next move. FOMC minutes kind of suggesting support for further rate cuts, but really I think the magnitude is going to be a little bit debated. So I think we could see the rate cut. Seems like people still want to see the rate cut. If we don't get the rate cut this month, we'll get one in November and December. So, just going with the flow. I think we have a big earnings season. It's kicked off. A lot of major financial stocks reporting, a lot of banks. And I think we could sway the markets either way. I think investors need to remain a little cautious, but Morgan Stanley's kind of warning of an 11% S&P pullback. He says if the trade tensions reignite, you know what? Sometimes you have to just shut the noise off, because sometimes these analysts or commentators will say things, and then they spook the market, spook you as an investor. You get out of your trade. It's nothing wrong to lock in and preserve capital, of course. But I think if you have a long-term objective and you're long into year end, why would I close my long terms? Like I am bullish until at least the end of the year and into next year. I mean, there's so many amazing opportunities. So I think that if there are pullbacks, opportunity to buy the dips, and long, long, long. AI revolution's just starting, and I think it's going to be epic for many people. So that's my thoughts on the market, and I'll give you my picks when you want. Do you want them now? You want them later? When do you want them?
I'll come right back around to you. We'll get to the
Okay,
last
sounds good.
two market sentiment thoughts, but Vegas, I appreciate that. Sticking to the guns. I love that there, Vegas. Let's go to Chris. Chris, what are you seeing out there in this market with everything that's going on? You've heard a lot of the different commentary from our great panelists up here that everyone should be following, by the way. Make sure you're following all these great speakers that come on and share their thoughts and their picks with us every Monday night. But Chris, I'm curious, what are your thoughts on this market? Is an alert flashing? Are we still in buy the dip territory? In your opinion, what are you looking at in this market?
I mean, everyone has been trying to find the AI bubble and they haven't been able to find it. But then all these miniature other bubbles are starting to kind of come up, and it's really interesting to see just the the commentary that like Paul Tudor Jones gave about, like he's bullish long, going long right now, but he's on bubble watch. He's on watch for a blow off top. And I think we're starting to get to that phase where the blow off top is coming for us. I mean, you look at the total addressable market for the rare earth metals, while it is a critical necessity to have them, the total market for them is things like $18 billion total, right? Even if you go out, the wildest projections go all the way to like 2032. They don't even double in size as to the necessity of it. So the amount of capital that's flowing into this industry, while it is good to see that that money is being pumped into something that is a critical resource, there's a reason why the Chinese were able to basically take over the entire industry in the 90s. It's these things, while the name says rare earth minerals are actually pretty common, it's the refining process that's the main hindrance, and it is a very dirty way of getting the core valuable things. And while right now the US is committed to keeping its keeping its security via these rare earths, they're not necessarily like the biggest growth growth driver going out even into the near future. So I would say just the bullishness around these companies is great to see from a national security standpoint. I'm not so sure that they make the greatest sense business wise. So I'm once again probably just going to stay out of them. It's not really my forte anyway. The other companies like Quantum, while Quantum could be proven out to be a revolutionary technology, I think we are way ahead in terms of valuation on those companies, and by paying way way before any real revenues and real business use cases materialize, you're taking a big risk, right? So if this was like a couple of $1 billion, whatever, you could say, hey, you know what, I want to be a little bit on the speculative side and whatever. But now some of these companies are getting to that 20-30 billion-dollar valuation without really much in terms of real business use cases yet. So I think a lot of the market is just being very optimistic. So in that regard, I think we're starting to see the market reward these speculative technologies, and this really reminds me of like 2021 towards the end of it, where you got valuation on, remember those bird scooters and those lime scooters, and they were worth like multi-billion-dollar valuations, and then when you look back, you're like, wait a second, was this scooter rental company really worth $15 billion? Like, did we really think that? And I think that's where we are in the market. So I think we are probably going to be long into the rest of this year. But I do see that we're probably somewhat close to a blow off top. And I think now might not be a bad time to at least consider putting some hedges on long term if you really do want to stay in this market and ride it as long as you want, or just be ready to sell when things don't go your way. So I think the thing on Friday that we saw was just a lot of people that are long are set up with stop losses in place, and I think some of those stop losses might have been triggered, in which case we saw the sell off kind of accelerate towards the latter half of the day. So I think right now we're just probably um, in this zone where the market is jittery, and that just means that we'll see a lot of volatility, and then eventually there probably will be a blow off top. More than likely, these things are usually killed by some kind of credit event that ends up costing like market confidence, and then things just kind of deflate, and then people realize like, wait a second, like, am I really buying a $20 billion market cap company that has barely any revenue? Like, what's going on here? And then it's almost like people waking out of a coma. And I think right now we're in this like bullish coma where everyone's just dreaming of endless gains, and people posting on Twitter like, oh my god, I'm up like 400% for the year. And it's like, I'm happy for you, but remember, you're only up 400% if you sold. And I think that's the challenge that a lot of people are going to have, that they have really great gains and people just don't want to take a profit at the top, in which case then things start to go the other way, and then it's always like, oh my god, it's going to come back, it's going to come back. And if a business, if a company doesn't have a good business use case, burning capital, and there's no foreseeable path forward, you'll see like the 90% drawdowns in certain companies. So yeah, I think that's where we are in this market, and I think the best thing to do is be long, but be cautiously long.
Appreciate those words from Chris. We got about 15 minutes left here with that. We're going to move into the picks here shortly, and then we're actually going to talk some gold after this at the top of the hour. So hopefully everyone sticks around for that. A lot of things going on over there, very interesting. Hadn't been mentioned yet in this space either, but gold flying, silver flying too. We'll see if anybody picks something along those lines. Jordan, I want to give you a chance to jump in with your market sentiment thoughts before we get into everyone's picks.
Yeah, I'll keep it short and sweet. I love what Vegas said, just blocking out the noise, following price action. And, Friday was a little nasty for sure, but I love what you're saying. Vegas, just opportunity to buy the dip. And that's all I'm seeing personally when I look at, bigger time frame charts, weekly chart here. All we did was test areas that bulls needed to really hold into that 24, was that 24-1 on NQ there, and we held that spot very beautifully on ES as well. And so I think as long as we're holding that, everything's totally fine. We saw that action from the bulls today. It was kind of slow after the big gap up, but I don't know. We'll see what happens. I wouldn't mind us maybe needing to come down and like test some of the areas that we already made into that 24-2, 24-3 area. Like if we want to do that and drop a little bit again, that's fine with me. But I don't know. I was talking with Rizzo Emp, and you know how bullish he is always, and I hear what he was saying too, because we talk about these gaps all the time, and this gap that we have is kind of abnormal, and I wouldn't be surprised if this is one where we don't even see us go test that again, even though as much as like you'd think, oh, we need to go fill that. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't need to. So just kind of what I'm seeing out there on the bigger time frame, the areas that I'm watching where I'm like, okay, things can really get rough. That's going to be at that 24, 143.50 on NQ. And as long as we're holding that, I see nothing wrong with the dip that we had. Again, like Vegas said, it's opportunity. So yeah, short and sweet. I'm bullish on this bigger time frame. Of course, that doesn't mean we can't play some shorts, especially with the heightened volatility since Friday. But higher time frame, got to stay bullish on this market. So
Yeah, couldn't agree more. A couple gaps that never got filled. If you go look at your chart, go left a little bit. I'll keep mine short and sweet as well. The S&P closed above the 21 EMA today. The high of the day was the 20-day. Maybe the jury's still out. Maybe we're not out of the woods yet, but we're still in a bull market would be my comments there. Let's jump into the picks for everyone. And we've got several picks that have been sent to me, and we've got a few people up here on stage. Sam Solid, we'll jump over to you first. Current champion holding that trophy. What two picks are you looking at this week, sir?
Yeah, so I'm gonna go long. These are just my picks from my charts. No one else picked these picks or sent you a message about it, but I'm going to pick these. I got this ARM 2 times ETF as well as the SM. Not just kidding. Those are not my picks. But oh, you know what? Actually, I think I have a little bit of an interruption over here. Why don't we let's do T-Rex BMNU, which is a 2 times Ethereum. I don't want to explain why.
I love it.
Sorry, little bit interruption. I know, right? He launched my phone. And let's also do VKTX.
Give him the phone.
All right, BMNU. That's what Stock Market News wanted, but we will give it to you because you're the champion. We'll move him down to BMNR. VKT, was that the second one? We're gonna go with yes because I think he's got a couple things going on over there. BMNU, that's 2x leverage BMNR, and VKT, Viking Therapeutics, the two picks there. Is
VKTX.
that correct? Say it again.
VKTX.
X at the end.
Yeah, Viking Therapeutics. My son is about to hijack these spaces, so I'm gonna get off of here.
Well, tell him you're going to talk some gold with us here in about 10 minutes. So, got your two picks. So VKTX, I had the name right. I just had the ticker wrong. All right, BMNU and VKTX from Sam Solid, our current champion. Nick Drindle, let's get your two picks next, please, sir.
All right, I will go short RGTI, or there's a leverage one, RGTZ. So we'll go long RGTZ. I think it just came out last Thursday. That one, like, just simple. Today, highest dollar volume ever in the entire move. Really getting extended. I wouldn't be surprised if we have one more like really big up move, because right now we just have like one unfilled gap to the upside. And usually with these parabolic shorts, if you study some other ones, there's usually like 2 to 3 gap ups before like the final move. And usually the final move comes on the highest like volume ever, not just highest dollar volume. So I wouldn't be surprised if we have one more move up tomorrow, but by the end of this competition, by the end of next week, I think we'll be a lot lower on this one. So RGTZ is a play to inverse that. The other short I'm looking at is UAMY. This one did have the highest volume today. It's run from $2 up to $16, gapping up again overnight, which is exactly what you want to see after, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 gap ups in a row. So one more big gap up tomorrow, lose the daily VWAP. Remember, stay on the side of the daily VWAP. So if for some reason these stocks still have more momentum, you don't want to fight against that momentum, because obviously these are like the strongest stocks in the market and we're still in a momentum market. But when those snap, you're going to have great risk reward as long as you, again, stay on the side of the daily VWAP. So UAMY short and then RGTZ long.
All right, RGTZ, that's the 2x short Rigetti. And UAMY is the antimony, United States antimony, and you're taking that on the short side. Appreciate you, Nick Drindle, with RGTZ and short UAMY. All right, next on the list, let's go to Vegas. What two stocks do you have for us this week?
Okay, I'll be quick with you guys because you got your gold show coming up. So I'm actually gonna pick RGTX. I know I know you're short RGTZ. You're thinking it's gonna pull back, but I'm really looking for a continuation here. There was a lot of aggressive call flow as well on RGTI. I saw a lot of flow today on the $73 call in particular weekly. So I'm going to take a stab at the RGTX, which was a previous nice winner. So I'll take a stab at it again. And I do love the weekly chart on this company. I'm actually going to do a little video on the company. So if you actually like the stock, you can watch my video. I'm going to release it later tonight, just talking about the company and kind of giving a bit of a little background. Because if I talk about it on here, it'll take me a good 10 minutes or so, and I don't want to take up the whole time. So Rigetti, though, I love the weekly chart, love the whole thing. My other pick of the week is going to be Oracle, but I'm going to take the ETF ORCX, and that's going to be my longer pick, ORCX Oracle. They have a little event today. You know, everyone says different things about Oracle. You know, there was a lot of noise out there. I mean, even Dan Ives was saying that that's just all noise. But what people were saying about Oracle last week, that they're not making money, and it's not true. They are capitalizing on the AI infrastructure surge, and they have a very high demand workload with the large language models. And so they do have also a lot of analyst upgrades. and now we have the two co-CEOs running the show. I think longer term. I think in the next, honestly, my personal thoughts on this stock, like the next 2 to 3 years, this stock to me is going to double, like from where it is now. But again, like we're talking like 2 to 3 years from now. Definitely a strong buy on the stock. I think we'll see fair value around. Yeah, this has a lot of movement here. I think we're going to head towards 350 next, but I think the stock will double in the next 3 years because the AI demand, if it continues to sustain itself, it's going to potentially push the market cap towards the 1 trillion, which currently it's around from 800 billion today. So it has a couple hurdles along the way. High capex could pressure margins short term, but I think with in summary, like Oracle's pivot to AI cloud, backed by a lot of unbreakable contracts and partnerships with AI frontrunners like OpenAI, like Meta, it's a very high conviction pick for beyond 2025. So you have to think big picture because the AI adoption is going to accelerate as expected, and Oracle is going to deliver another 50 to 100% upside in the next 2 to 3 years. That's why my target is around there. So longer term. So I think that we'll have some great excitement. I look forward to the next earnings report on this company as well. And they have an event this week as well. We should be hearing from Larry Ellison as well at the event in California. So look forward to hearing some commentary from that. But I am long on that one too. So ORCX and RGTX. And let's see if we can produce some numbers this week. So thank you so much.
Boom. There you have it. Appreciate you, Vegas. Rigetti 2x leverage long and Oracle 2x leverage long from I Love Stocks. Chris Patel, let's go over to you and get your 2 picks next, please, sir.
So one of them is gonna be 2x leverage hood. So HOOG, and the other one is SMCI. I think SMCI has got some room to catch up. So SMCX. Yeah, I think the prediction markets are going to be an absolute tear for Robinhood, and it's going to be a giant cash flow generator. They're already working on trying to, and I'm guessing that they're going to try to acquire Kalshi. So we'll see what happens there. But yeah, long on Robinhood and long on SMCI.
All right. Both leverage there, HOOG and SMCX, which is, it's funny because I've already got some picks in for some other people that are very similar to those. They're actually spread out among 2 different pickers. Paper Gains sent in his 2 picks. He was trying to come, but he had to go pick up his son. But Paper Gains is going with CRMG, leverage CRM Salesforce to the long side. He's also taking SMCL 2x leverage SMCI. So there's one of those. Evan, he wanted BMNU, but our current champion, Sam Solid, took that one from him. So he gets BMNR. ASMG is his other pick. And we haven't got Jordan's yet or Gav's. So I'll go to those 2. Jordan, do you want to throw in your 2? And then I'll let Gav hit his couple picks and we'll get it posted up.
Yeah, I'll make it easy, really easy. Long T triple Q, short S triple Q. We're going back.
He's back to
I'm back to my
his
old self,
old
baby.
guns.
I'm back.
There he is. Jordan is so back. Okay, TQQQ, leverage Qs to the long side, and you're shorting the SQQQ. All right, Jordan is bulled up on that. Okay, TQQQQ long and SQQQ short. Got that one put in here to our system. My 2 picks real fast before I go over to Gav. I'm going to take CONL. Coinbase long 2x leverage. I like what it held on the chart today. And I really like CrowdStrike, but the more I look, the more I want GDXU, gold miners. Gold came roaring back. I think it's got another level up here in it. And I'm looking at these gold miners thinking they're about to break out. I see basically a quadruple top here on the daily on GDX. So I'm going to take GDXU, actually, last minute change on my part. And then Gav, haven't announced your 2 picks yet. You actually had one of, I think you were the 3rd best pick with that TTXU last week. You going to run that one back?
Yep, I am going to do that exactly.